Welcome back to Paint Hand and Live. How's it going, everyone? Happy Friday. Thanks for joining me. This week kind of just flew by, eh? I don't know, I kind of felt like I was going to get more done, and I'm not sure if I did get anything done. Well, I know I got some stuff done, actually. So, there's some adulting that had to be done, of course. But in the world of paint, I tried a canvas. Not bad, eh? I don't know if I'm totally happy with it. I feel like it needs something right around there to like break up the foreground here and the background back here. Something kind of here to break up that tree line would be, I think, the good fit. My other bravery test was I was considering putting something coming out of the water. But I think that might be a little beyond. I don't want to mess up those nice waves. But like a big Cthulhu coming out over the island would be really sweet. So call it a work in progress. But, this week's painting efforts, and I just wanted to share with you. So we'll keep that up here. Maybe so it's visible. Yeah, not bad. Alright, so I hope everyone's having a good and eventful week. Oh, where's my... There we go. And, already people in, and, okay. Thanks, good to see you, Tyler. And thank you, Kirsten. Thanks, man. It's, I don't paint on canvas too much, so it was a, bit of a learning swoop. It's done with acrylic, not oil, so that's the other thing. It's not really a Bob Ross where he's slipping all over the canvas. It was a lot of water and getting lines and brush strokes out, which is a little different. Instead of using thinner in that nice brush, you have to use a little water and a little more force. But not too much, otherwise you do smear. But because it's acrylic, it dries faster. So, whereas if Bob put force and went, that's where you're mixing mud, and with the acrylic, you can kind of wet it down and drag it across, so you can be a little rougher with that base layer, and it dries fast. Okay, so let me just flip through. Figure we've put in a lot of work on Otto and Ethrac, so today we'll get back to Gurhek. I think he's got, I've probably missed some yellow dots. There's tons of them. You can put a little bit of color into this. It's got some skulls and some sores. Some cool stuff. We could just keep busy forever. So, one of the things I was thinking about today, speaking of oils, is we have... Hold on, let me just do this so I can just... We have these water mixable oils. So, I'm thinking we might break them out for Gurhek. We'll get some bloody wash in, maybe some tones in. I'm not too sure. Now I'm gonna keep it thin. I'm not gonna glob on oil paint, so it dries relatively soon. If you put it on thick without any thinner or water, it can take a long time to dry. The first time I ever used oil paint on a Mini, I thought, oh, I'll just paint the whole Mini with oil paint. There's a little terrain table, and I'll just paint it brown, and dries. I'll put some wash. We'll do the same thing we do with acrylic paint, right? And I painted the table a nice brown, and I even got a nice little wet blend of some yellow ochre in there, and then put it down to dry, and came back the next day, and it's still wet, and then came back the next day, and it's still wet, and I just thought, let it sit. Came back a week later, it was still wet. 2 weeks later, it was still wet. It did not work. It was terrible. Good thing it was water mixable. I literally dunked it in water, washed the whole thing off clean as when I started, and then just went with acrylic. So it's a bit of a learning curve with this stuff. But as a thinner as a wash, it works really well. And it's excellent for like panel lining. I think it's the surface tension of the thinner. If you mix it with water and then try to like get that nice pinstripe down a panel, the water will just run rogue everywhere unless you mix it like perfectly. And the surface tension of the thinner is so that when you're making that nice line, it doesn't break off and like run. It just stays nice and oily smooth. So it's kind of a nice thing. But I'm not used to using it on a canvas, just as thinned out wash. So we'll see. Oh yeah, Tyler, man, congrats on the Reaper contest, dude. That was, I feel like you deserve better than fourth, but like 444 is friggin' awesome, dude. Like, big shout out, man. My most recent, here, I'll show it. I've kind of been dragging my feet on the last contest or painting. So, I am going to show it. I have a painting video of it coming up, but that should have been out by now, but I'll give a little sneak peek. This little guy here. So this is what I was working on last time. We'll give a little side view, just a little quick peek. Yeah. Welcome to the jungle. It's a fun one. I really enjoyed this doing this little guy here. So I have the painting video of it. There's a lot of stuff to that mini that when you just look at it like that, you can't really see it. I was talking about it last video or last live stream about having those really close-up details and putting lots of work into them, and it kind of getting lost when it's on a display. Like if you're doing something on the back and everyone gets to see it from the front, that work might not be seen. So I feel like there's not much of a spoil in just knowing and seeing it, because there's a lot of hidden stuff on that one. And if you ever get a chance to paint it, it's called Slan. If you ever get a chance to paint hand Slan, that's I recommend it. It's a fun one. Even if you don't use the army or anything, if you just want a fun paint job, it's a good one. Okay, so we're gonna get back to Gurhek here. I feel like there's little bits of metal that I haven't hit. Swords. I could probably brighten up the inside here. You know what? Maybe we'll start on that lamprey mouth. That's a cool, gross place to start. Pow. And back to the sci-fi buttholes. So I'm gonna use a little bit of this changeling pink. I know I was saying I'm gonna find a reason to take it out, and I found it. I also got some of this moot green. Now this is a really bright green. It's almost like if I had to describe the way it goes down, it'd be like a very flat, like the low end of Tesseract glow. Like if you put Tesseract glow on something like Poison Cloud, this stuff, or like a neon color, so Tesseract glow will pop really bright, and if you put it over black, it doesn't really wow you too much. With it's like kind of a greeny, shadowy. I know it's a weird one because it's thin. So this comes on like very matte, even Tesseract, not quite glow, but it is a nice, vibrant, lush green. So we'll find a use for that. And I'm hoping we can get to the point in areas, as I dig through all my paint, that we can start putting a little more life back into the skin with some of these. Just so he doesn't look so bloaty purple, have him a little lively, maybe not lively, it'll be like pale, but it'll be over this warm skin. And maybe some of this Nurgle rot, if we can get to that point. And then there's the oils too. So the plan will be to hit it with some acrylics, just give it a few more touch-ups, highlights, get any spots that I feel should use some pop under the oil. sometimes it's hard to paint your acrylic. Like if I just gushed this thing with oil and didn't buff it off and left like kind of a very tacky, greasy oil on top, that can be problems, especially if you want to go back to it with acrylics. Like your acrylics will not sit on oils nicely. Nope, not at all. So, and it depends on how you kind of treat them. So a good way around this is you can clear coat it with a matte or I would use matte over gloss varnish. Gloss I find is just bright. Maybe not bright's the word, but like it reflects hard, and taking pictures of glossy things is pretty tough. Because the light will bounce off into your camera and you'll always have that really hard white shine. I'm going to poke my head over here. I'm kind of getting distracted and just checking the comments. Yeah, it was the Fern Gully paint job. So I will actually say the Fern, like, spoiler alert for everyone watching right now, the Fern Gully paint job did not win. Nope. I do have some footage of the entrance, and you know, someone took a podium place. Hint, hint. Nudge, nudge. But it wasn't me. It was taken with a actually a really nice paint job. The concept was really nice, and you know, maybe I'll let her gush about it in the comment section. Come on, I'm gonna mention it if you don't. Yeah, it was the Lady of Vines, and it was done in like an autumn thing. So she did a really good job. So hats off to Kirsten. You know, you deserve to beat the Fern Gully. You know, I knew my shortcomings. I do have my water here, but I'm kind of cheating with a little bit of Coca-Cola. So I'm just going to put this guy back into a safe place right quick. And we'll get to this. So, what else do I need? I need a skeleton bone of some kind, don't I? We'll just go with skeleton bone and not the pallet bone. I already have my wet palette ready, so you don't have to waste time with that. But it is... Oh, look at that. It is super hot right now in Canada. It is in the high 20s, feels like 30s. You know, I think yesterday it was breaching, feels like 40s with humidity. So, we don't have AC here. Well, we have like a little unit, but it's not like central air or anything. So it gets friggin' hot. And apparently evaporates your wet palette in moments. So we'll keep tabs on it. We'll see what happens. Alright, so we'll go ahead of that there. And we'll mix a little bit of brown into it too. Nice light brown. Keep that off to the side, just for little bits as we need it. I don't know if I want to put the same kind of darkness in these teeth as I've done in these horns. I'm going to try to keep them a little brighter, more like shiny teeth rather than like a dry horn. Like these have been exposed and weathered and gnarled, and these teeth are still like shiny teeth. So, but still a little nasty. Yeah, we already have that on the palette. Let's grab a brush. So there's hit the water. And we're just going to start going. So how's everyone's week? I was saying earlier, the week kind of just flew by on me. Wondering, is anyone else having the same feeling on that? I'm just gonna brighten up these little teeth here. They got some of the slaughter red on them, and we're just gonna clean that up a bit. So, okay, I'm gonna move you in just a bit so you can hopefully see a little better. Wet in the water. Yeah, it is quite hot. I'm lost in the gloss. Yeah. Ooh, that's already running. I have no sponge. I have a sponge. Saved. It's always good to have an oopsie sponge. You know. We go on about the happy accidents and no mistakes. If that was really perfect, I'm sure we wouldn't need the sponge. But there are times where you need the sponge. Maybe that's the difference. Like the accidents when you're mini painting are unhappy. Because it's not like I can just paint a tree on them and my accident goes away. Like if I smear gold on skin that shouldn't be there, it's glaringly obvious. And I can't just I can try to blend it out, but especially metallic where metallic shouldn't be, for me that's it kills me. So I find it leaves that luster, even if you go back over it, and you really have to work metallic out of the way, or do it first so any of your mistakes go over the metallic. But sometimes that's not an option. Okay. What else happened this week that was really cool? Oh, this one I'm actually gonna just stop painting for a second, do the shout out. So, yeah, I'm forcing you to watch me for a second. I was on the watching my Chetzar Dark Art Society podcasts, and the artist I watched recently. Their interview was with an artist named David Meng, and man, sculptures this guy does, unreal, unreal. If you've seen the Dark Arts, YouTube page, David Meng's his interview it has the image of one of his sculpts called Gluttony, and it kind of looks like a very wide, heavy set old man face with a small row of natural upper teeth and a really big sort of gluttonous lower jaw, and it's kind of grimacing with its head down. It is a phenomenal sculpt. It's great. But that'll be, I'll plug David Meng as, the artist you should go check out. Because I think it's David Meng Artworks on Instagram. And, the monsters and the creatures and the characters he designs are, man, mind-blowing. They're really, really awesome. He has one, it's an old man, and the skin on it is so real. And it blew my mind. Man, people are that good. Ugh, I could spend a whole lifetime, and I don't think I'll ever get there. So I'm just gonna go back to this guy, but David Meng, check him out. Fabulous artist, and he's makes some really, really cool creatures. I'll leave all the other spoilers. You can check out the interview on Chetzar's page. But I would highly recommend it. But yeah, the sculpt gluttony. You know, I kind of get the feel it's much more human than this. Let's say this is more demonic. But his sculpt is like his sculpt. It's not like a painted mini. It's like this man's creation. And oh, mind blowing. Okay, so we're brightening up these teeth a bit. I'm trying to leave a little bit. Like that one's kind of messy on both sides. So I'm just going to try to go down these points here. Right here, and just highlight the center of that. I guess it's a 2. There we go. I think it's a 2. Looks like it's got a couple stuffed in the gums there. I might dive under the camera here to get a good grip on it. But I'm still here. Like he kind of tried to ask. It's Bill making stuff. If you like scratch builds and weird British human sinners. Bill making stuff, eh? I'll check them out. I always like, you know, seeing content, what people create, and you know, that's one of the best things about YouTube. Is that like it lets creators connect. And I think that was the whole point. You see a lot of stuff now that's like just kind of rinse, wash, repeat. You know, there's a lot of AI controversy and stuff. And, you know, people are upset that people are using robots as a means to get paid, I guess. But I don't think that... Like, I think at the bottom line is that people are mostly hungry for, you know, art made by people. Like there's kind of a desire to see people create and sort of observe their styles, you know? So yeah, kind of, I'll check out Bill making stuff. Does he do like sculpts and stuff, or like kind of like trash terrain stuff, or is it like kit bash stuff, or kind of like a mix mash? Little junk. Okay, so he's a junk builder. Oh, I like that. I feel like that's some of the most clever creations, because like it's one thing for me to kit bash something and go, I need. I guess kit bashing is weird because it's you know, you kind of got to use parts. You're limited to parts to make something else. Whether you're making something to complement and enhance your model, or you're chopping up models to make something new altogether. You're sort of limited to those parts. Whereas it's almost like junk, you're not limited to bits and parts, but more so like what can you use? What do you see that's useful? And also it makes it way more unique. Because it'd be way harder to go find all the literal trash that this guy used rather than go like make an inventory list and build it. So like just go dumpster diving for all the same stuff would be, you know, impossible. I like that. I'll check that channel out though. Okay, so this thing's got some little teeth in there. Let's see if you can see in there. So I'm just dotting inside that mouth and trying to get in those, like, they're not quite molars. I'm gonna, and give you my mouth shot. Yeah, they're not quite molars, but they look kind of like extra little teethies in there. So we're just gonna go boop boop boop, bang them all out. Not too worried. So I can hit the I can hit this red with the or the bone with the speed paint, not speed paint, the oil wash after, and that'll help. There you go. And that'll help kind of clean it up, because you can put it on and then buff it off, and it'll fill in the cracks, and any cracks you don't get, you just buff it off, and it'll sit over this acrylic bone very nicely because it's light. The trouble is trying to identify what's one of these little stuffed in teeth and what's kind of like the ridge of a gum. I think I might have to be honest. I'm starting to think I may have painted gums into teeth, but I'm gonna carry that over. So we're just gonna pick a few gum bumps here and turn them into teeth. If it's consistent enough, no one will ever know. And this might be a little more foolhardy than just fixing the red on the things I just screwed up. Happy accident. So we'll just pick some of these little gum bumps and give them little tickles. There we go. Looking better already in there. We'll just hit them every few in the circle. These first two are a little close to each other. I don't want to, double and triple them up going around the mouth. We'll just trying to play it safe here. There's a bit of a hole there. This gum's kind of flatten out back here. You know what? We can brighten the inside up anyway. Those are some messy teeth. Let's give them a little dental cleaning. Trip to the butthole dentist. I don't know. Would he see a dentist or a proctologist? Something like this would be a proctologist's worst nightmare. It's like, Doc, I got a problem. Check it out. You'd be like, holy hell, get out of here. You're a friggin' exorcist. Okay, looking alright. You are. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna go. Actually, I could probably use another little stuffed toothy there. I'm gonna try to pick the small ones, so it doesn't look like I have a giant, huge molar stuffing out there. Trying to make it look out of place. I'll make it look like it wants to be hidden. These bottom teeth are a little messy. I kind of went in sloppy the first time with them. So let me get to the bottom here so we can see. Clean up my messes, right? Hold me accountable. There we go, much better. I do like that kind of bloody gums look. Not bloody gums. Bloody Gums Murphy. Tell me y'all know what that's from. But yeah, I kind of like the look of these bloody gums. And I don't really want to kill it too much. But gravity is fighting me on these little. And this paint is actually, even on my wet palette, like my wet palette is, I can feel it dry. It's just how hot and humid it is. Turns, gets the paint all sticky right away. Oop. Sorry, kind of sliding off camera there. Yeah, I need some kind of alarm for you guys. Drifting alert, one of those drive safe sensors. Are you veering off the road, pal? I'm kind of flummoxed here because this whole gum on this side is smooth. Like there's nothing I can forge into a tooth right now. And I think it'll look kind of funny. It has all these teeth on the inside, except for one side. And it kind of doesn't look very lamprey-like. But I don't think anyone's going to be looking in there too deep. But yeah, see, this side here is very smooth. It doesn't have one of those tucked in molars like up here. You got these little bumps. Nothing here. So I think I might just put a bone colored dot or two and make it up. To me, that's the best way to go for consistency in the look. I think it would be more obvious if there was a big gap in the teeth than if there's a few dots that shouldn't be there. So we're just going to put them there. Here we go. We're just going to tuck it right into that little pocket there. Bang. See? So specifically I'm picking the inside of the groove. Like it sounds crazy to put the highlight in the pocket because that's usually where you put your shadow. But because I want that tooth to look buried in the gums, I'm going to find like the lowest concave spot and in there, and then kind of let the red cloud over it to make it look like it's tucked in there, even though there's no gum bump. I'm just saying out loud my thoughts so I can convince myself this is the right idea. Maverick paint. I've never used Maverick paint. Mavericks. Yeah, I've never used Maverick paint. I've never seen it in the stores around. There's a couple hobby shops in the area, and I do most of my shopping. Well, check that. Pretty much all my shopping at Addictive. So, but I don't know if he has Maverick paint. I've never seen it. But mind you, like other stores I've like kind of just casually walked in and looked around, I haven't seen Maverick either. Okay, oh, sorry. This guy's fat belly's blocking you. So I'm just kind of going around the inner layer of outer teeth that still protrude. I'm getting all the blood off and cleaning them up. Might seem a little counterproductive to do that, but I feel like that brightness in the teeth, like already that's looking a little more bitey. And then the oil wash will help kind of even that out. And I'll put a little bit of dry brush pink on the actual rest of the gum bumps, so it kind of looks a little brighter, like you're looking in through light and it gets darker. Or at least that's what I'm hoping it'll do. We'll see. It's a lot easier to say this is how I would like my paint to go down than it is for your paint to actually go down. Okay. brighten up all the teeth and the tips. Blue, blue. Okay, much better. I think I might be able to put in a couple more of these molar teeth. The more I'm seeing them, the more I'm kind of liking them. I think this spot needs one. Call that whichever maybe 7 at 8. if his mouth was a clock, we'd say maybe around 7 or 8 o'clock, somewhere in there. Yeah, let's put it, let's say, I don't know what 8 o'clock sharp would be. Maybe that. 8 o'clock sharp. There. Maybe he needs another friend. There's a nice little low spot deep in there. We can just give that a little touch and it'll fill up. There, on that bottom. Beauty. Okay, he's got 2 in there. You know what? Why not? He's a gluttonous fellow. He'll consume and consume. More teeth the better, right? Split the D on that bottom. Okay, we're just gonna touch these up now. Give these a little shine. Tap, 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 tap. Oh, tap, tap, taparoo. Go to your home, Paint. You do good for your home. Answer me. Yeah, paint goes down better when you yell at it. No, not really. Painting should never make you yell. I know there's a lot of many painters that hear me say that and go, have you never painted an eyeball? That should make you scream bloody murder. But that's the joy of it and the challenge. I was in the chat talking to someone about painting, like on canvas, and we were talking about like pouring, like a poured canvas painting. And that's a medium that, if you just think in the lines of like, I'm just going to pour paint out on my canvas, it's very free, and like you can just pour paint, swirl it around, you know, put down the colors and patterns, you know, at whim, freely, and just kind of express your emotion through color and shape. Like, you don't need to do anything specifically, like, you know, you're not making a Mona Lisa. But if you are pouring and using something like your pouring technique to create something like a Mona Lisa, like, then that it goes from a very easy free painting to like a high stress, high precision, you know, very technical painting. And it's the same thing, it's just the subject matter of what you want to create. So like I haven't done a poured canvas, and I guess I guess airbrushing is a little different. Like learning my airbrush, I kind of put a canvas out and just sprayed shapes and patterns and kind of went buck with it, just to kind of get the feel of the trigger and the spray and the distance and all that. And that was a really good learning experience. So I'm kind of rambling here. I think that'll be good for those teethies right now. Nice little bright smile. Kind of went a little bright. So I'm going to clean the brushes, check the comments, and figure out the next step. Oh man, sorry. I gotta check the mod thing. I literally didn't even control that. Wasn't looking. Kind of got locked into my thing. Wow. Well, I guess it works then. I'll have to figure that out. It's weird that I blocked that. Keenline, my man, dude. It's good to see you, dude. How you doing? How's your week been? Please, you don't have to. You don't have to. You know, throw it out there totally in the comments. But I'm. You know, how you doing, man? It's good to see you, or at least hear you. Man, we totally should do. You know, the team painting thing. I'd love to have you. We can I actually have some Dungeons and Doggies, so we can paint up some of those maybe. I think I got a I don't know if it's the exact breed, but I think I got something kind of resembling. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. My week kind of flew by. I was saying earlier. Uh, so we had a little bit of this adulting to do. I didn't really get a chance to edit as much as I wanted to, but I know we were talking about, like I was mentioning to you earlier, about painting a canvas, and I painted that thing, man. This is my first shot here. I'm going back to the face. Sorry to force. Oh, nope. Too far back. Yeah. No. I'm not too happy with it. I need something here to break up the foreground and the background. Ooh. That was a little scary. It felt like I put a streak of bone across my island. So yeah, that was my my little sort of paint project this week. But really, it kind of flew by. I was kind of like, where the hell did the week go? So I'm going back to the painting. Up here. Now, another thing I was looking at is when you put the magnet down, see, it's kind of, that's all sort of residue from the super glue. Now, this one went in very clean. If you remember when we did the paper trick, that one went in perfect. And you can remember that one kind of flubbed in its space because it wasn't perfectly even. And we kind of had to go in manually. So that left a little bit of residue of super glue up there, which kind of looks like a white hazing. So a little touch of pink will fix that. But I just figured I'd point that out. If you ever have dried super glue on your plastic, you might get that white haze. Oop. Did I go back in time? Oh, to the beginning? Yeah. Yeah, too far. Still working on the studio works. I don't quite have the, I guess I can share. I broadcast using OBS, which is a sort of streaming broadcast platform. And it does have the ability to, like, studio and see what you're doing before you throw the next camera up. So I can preview and go, okay, that camera looks good, and then send it to you guys. But that's way more. If I'm doing that, then I'm not painting. So I'd rather just paint. So sometimes my transitions are a little sloppy. I apologize. A little behind the scenes tidbit there for everyone watching. I'm seeing this little bump here. It's like I want to say that's a tooth. I'm deciding that's a tooth. Maybe that was a bad decision, but we're going with it. Because there are no bad decisions. I really want these to pop. There. Nice and toothy. And it's got a few more of these little bits outside as well. So I'm just going to hit those as I go. Oh yeah, you can see, I don't know if you can quite catch in there. Okay, yeah, you can see it. So we're just going along. Ooh, this is a little tippy. So we're going to use a little trick here. Because his base is round, he's going to roll if I try to hold him at that angle. We're just going to use a pinch of this clay. And smush that down. And that's going to be like a little brace. Oh. And I brace the model and knock over my camera. Good. Good camera, you're good. Okay, let's get a nice, see if I can get a bit of light. Inside of that claw there. There we go. Yeah, you know, it's very much like dentistry right now. I gotta move the thing around, get it right in the light, go in with very steady hands. Slide it. Okay, there's that clay. And I'm just gonna very gently tap all these teeth. See how those top ones are brighter? I'm just gonna keep going, tap each tooth. Boop. 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 That's a little tiny guy in there. This might be too big a brush for him, but no one's looking at this guy's armpit anyway. I think if you've made it into the armpit of a Glottkin, you got bigger problems than messing up your paint. Unless you're me, apparently I'm hanging out in this armpit of this thing often. Okay, we got some teeth on the bottom here. Just gonna keep going around. You know what? This very bottom. Okay, I see a couple little. This look like teeth on the outside. I'm just messing up more bumps and turning them all into teeth. That's fine. Which I just might have done there. But this bottom side doesn't look like it has many of those little teeth. Back to this side. And up here. And up here. And all these nice bright teeth. Ooh, a little too much there. There we go. There we go. Once again, on the very top up here, it doesn't look like he has many of these little bumpy teeth. Yeah, very Cronenberg. Yeah, I very much like the Cronenberg influence in the body horror. It is very pretty sure it's Canadian too, but it is a very you know, iconic genre. I think some of the things that make people anxious visually in body horror are, I'll say teeth are one of them. Sphincters are another. I feel like maybe combining the two is just over the top. I'm going to just jokingly say, if you haven't already checked out David May's work, you know, it's a funny reference. You'll have to look through his work to find out my reference, but, you know, teeth and... Yeah, teeth and sphincters, man. It brings smiles as much as it makes people uncomfortable. Alright, we're actually going to take a look at his butt now, speaking of sphincters. So I did a really piss poor job on those yellow dots down there. No one's really looking down there, but, oh, that's a mess. We'll just not look at that. There's plenty else to worry about. So, I do have this bone on my brush here. I don't want to touch any of these horns too much. Although I'm trying to find other bits that might be bone or horn. And that's pretty much just because I kind of want to keep my brush loaded. Well, use what's on my brush, rather. He's got some little teeth here on his belly. I don't think they need too much of a shine. They look pretty good. But I'll give him a little slap anyway. Maybe his teeth on his face as well. This is going to be a little tricky, so I don't want to flatten them out. I just want to give them a little bit of a highlight. But I want to paint the whole... Whoa! Alright, my clay is... It sliced a chunk of clay in half. I'm sure I could get a bigger piece, but I'm just going to give up on that. No time. We're just going forward with this. Okay, so we'll brighten up his teeth. I'm going to leave his tusks the same. And we just flattened out his teeth. But the wash will come back and save us, I hope. Yeah, that escalated quickly. No problem. Alright. Yeah, so those white choppers look a little out of place with those worn tusks now. It's almost too bright. But we can gritty them up. Okay. Okay, yeah, and he's got a bunch of skulls like these on his leg here. I'm sure I could go skull hunting with this bone. I'll do a little skull hunting with this bone and see if we can't find any. There's a couple. Just tune them up a little. Ooh, there's another one of those little horn thingies too next to it. Jackpot. No, I do plan on coming back. Kind of giving these bones a little bit of love. I feel like some glowing eyes would be pretty cool. Oof, that guy is messy. Ooh, there's one buried in. Oh, this one is like buried in teeth. No, just give that whole what for there. Let's see, any more skulls? Okay, he's got some on his arm over here. Alright, I think that's about it for skulls after this. I'm sure he's got a bunch in his antlers. But they're kind of hit with the palate bone when we went over it, and then it looks like the sand golem kind of went over them without washing into those pits, and in fact even too much. Like the bones up here those skulls there still look pretty bright. And it's probably just because the antler is nice and dark. This is one of those. I should probably take out the sand golem for like a drop. Just to get that piece. As much as that will be like, oh man, so much effort for one little bit. That'll tie in those. You know what? The red oil wash is gonna solve all our problems for this anyway. Too thin. So let's get that out of there. Ooh. That. Done. Okay, we'll play with fire here just to show something. I mean, yeah, we'll play with fire. Why not? So I'm just gonna take some of this and water down my bone paint and go, oops. Oh man, that sucks. Watch this. Power of the oopsie brush. So like when you do make a wet running mistake like that, don't worry. And like literally, if you have anxiety with a model, do exactly what I did. Pick something and just go oops and make a big friggin' mess. Take your dry brush and just go whoop, 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 clean. And no stress. This activity should never bring you stress. And it's like, oh, now I gotta grab the sand golem. Oh. Trickiest part is finding the right bottle. The oopsie brush, favorite fix. Man, it's the oopsie brush is a necessary piece. It's, you know, the undo button. It is literally like the undo button, as long as you press it fast. I guess depending on some mediums and stuff, you can take your time to press it too. Like the speed paint here, like that stuff you can wash off later. Like you're like, oh, I hate this whole speed paint thing I just did. You can literally run it under the tab and just go back to square one. But you should never feel the need to do that. Anyone painting anything out there, you should feel happy with what you're painting. Because whatever you're painting is friggin' awesome, I'll tell you that. You're painting something. You know, that's a proper thing. You know, I don't even really consider myself a really great painter by any means. You know, like I mentioned all the artists that I'll follow and people that inspire me, and it's like, look at them, they're artists. I'm just a guy with a brush. But I would like to get to that level someday. And you don't get to that level by not doing it. You gotta do it. So yeah, I'm kind of going over with a very watery sand golem right now. And that's just to tie in this one little piece there. I'm going back over all these little bumps. And that's just to make it kind of consistent. Like this is gonna look like a new layer, so they all kind of have to look like they have somewhat of a reasonably new layer. And I'm right now mixing my speed paint with water. Some people will say I'm a fool. Army painter might be like, man, that's not how you do. You know what? Army painter's a really good company. I feel like they'd be like, man, however you want to use the paint, go for it. You know, I've seen some people insist medium only. And if you want it to behave perfect, maybe medium only is the way to go. But I'll tell you, like grim black and a good heat full of water makes a pretty nice wash. Like a really dark wash. Like you put it on metal, it looks pretty darn good. Looks grimy. Now I kind of spilt on the skull here. As much as I'm like, ooh, free palate bone. Hey, you know what? We're going with it. Free palate bone-ish. There you go, skull. Wash you with a little golem. Whee! Let's hit your friend too. Go camouflage with the bumps. Oh! Alright, I'm gonna have to fix this mod thing. I'm seeing it jumping in on people's comments, and it's like, that's not right. Can't be censoring people on my comments. Damn robot. You know, if you're talking paint, you're free to speak whatever you like. Yeah, what's up? Welcome, man, welcome. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, interesting. How long has it been? I feel like the sand golem is kicking off these other skin layers, this red, slaughter red. Yeah, I feel like it's waking it back up, you know, weeks later. Yeah, I'm glad you can make it this time, man. And the last time you came in a bit late. Did you do the, the kind of purpley stuff, I don't know if it's still active. We'll see what the sand golem does to it in a sec. I don't know if it's running or if that's just the sand golem kind of bleeding. Putting a little bit of color out there that I wasn't expecting. I think it's kind of, I don't know if it's moving the red. It might just be blending on top of the red. Yeah, I was gonna say, did you do your slushy run today? It is hot as heck out there, so. It's going pretty good, man. My week kind of flew by. It's like every time I looked down and looked back up and looked down and looked up, it was like another day. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, it's okay, cool. Yeah, it's been hot, man. I could totally go for a slushy. I'm kind of jealous. No, the week's been good. Like I was saying earlier, it kind of flew by. I guess here, if you popped in, I tried painting on a canvas for the first time. So it's acrylic, it's not oil. So I'm not really happy with this section here. And I'm gonna blow it up again. Sorry for everyone who's seen this already, but I'm kind of happy with it. But I'm just, you know, liking to show off my work here. So this section here with the tree line, I'm thinking I gotta add something on top of that to break up like a mid-ground between the foreground and the background. And the real like Bob Ross bravery test, we painting a monster. Just get the paintbrush away from the canvas. Get making like a monster coming up out of the waves, maybe coming out a little over the island. Something back here popping up, taking up that foreground here. I really have no idea though. I got this far and was like, well, I'm stumped. So I'm gonna call it a work in progress, even though it's just sitting right now. Yeah, all right. Thank you for putting up with my my sharing, and I'll get back to the bones of the project here. Kind of lost where I was going with that. I think I was hitting the red and the sand golem in the back. Yeah. You know, it doesn't look like it's activating. I drag that and drag that here. I'm not getting any red. So I think that's just the way the sand golem is sitting against the red. Not so much reactivating it. Which is good. I hope. It's been weeks since I put that down. It just wakes back up. It's like that dreaded raw oil paint. Okay. So, thinking maybe a little bit of a brighter pink on these tendrils. I saw a few here. I kind of want to give that Nurgle brightness. So we'll go some pink horror and some pixie dust. Pixie dust is pixie pink from Army Painter. So you can kind of see the D&D paints, if they have a paint before. I know I've mentioned this. They have a corresponding name for actual just Army Painter war paints. Ooh. Look at that. That came out just like liquid medium. Like there's no pigment in there. So that's what might happen if you don't mix your paint. So I just grabbed that and dumped. And it's been a while since I picked up Pixie Pink. And like it looks like it's running because it's watery. But that's like slick medium. So Army Painter does pack their paints with extra medium. Like they actually give you instructions with their paint that say like, get that extra medium out or you're gonna fight it. So, but yeah, paint with instructions. But really, you just gotta mix it. You don't have to like exit it and like purge extra medium. You can just mix the hell out of it. But yeah, that was really goopy. Okay, that's better. We're just going to use that and the medium that just came out. I'm just going to mix up a nice little pile here. And we're going to take the pink horror and give that a little bit of just a little bit of a shake. Yeah, I was actually thinking that like the Cthulhu was like that would be really cool, but like that's one of those things that's like I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can do my vision of a Cthulhu storming over an island justice. You know, I'm sure Bob Ross would tell me you can do anything you put your mind to, but it's like man, so you're not seeing some of the monsters I'm looking at on other things. It's I feel like a Cthulhu deserves epicness that maybe I can't produce yet. But I like that. That honestly, that'll probably be my choice. Yeah, dude, I would love to see your paintings, man. Honestly, like this is like all I do. and honestly, after doing just painting on that one, it's weird because when you paint a mini, you kind of have that ugly phase, and I guess I'm familiar enough with painting minis. I can identify when I'm hitting ugly phases, how to get through them, and I'm never hit with like a writer's block of like, I don't know what to do. And with a canvas, sometimes you just kind of stare at it and go, I find that sometimes that's one of the hardest parts. I'm just going to go rogue with this pink a little. Okay, a little bright. I'm going to mute that down with a little more pink horror. Yeah, dude, I would very much like to see it. Or even just hang out and paint stuff, Sometimes that's some of the best work you do is when you're working with people and you feel inspired. And I find that especially like this live stream paint, I will say it is it like enhances the relaxation and therapy that you engagement when you're painting. So like it does feel, I love painting, and it's not too often. Well, I shouldn't say not too often, because my Kirsten is a very well-vetted painter. Like, she enters and beats me in competitions. So I'm kind of blessed that I have someone that I can paint with, or that'll come sit down at the table and paint next to me in and out. But I feel like it is tricky to have that constant hobby time. And kind of feel that sort of fulfillment when you're on your own. Especially like if you make, and like, that's why I've been recently telling everyone that makes art to share their art. Doesn't matter what your art is. The world is thirsty for real art. And sometimes we're scared of sharing it, or we feel like we'll be judged by it. We put a lot of our own emotion and catharsis into our art sometimes. And our arts will represent our joys, our fears, stuff like that. And when you sort of put that out there, you feel like you're putting a very vulnerable piece of yourself out there sometimes. I feel like this is especially true of canvas paintings, as like I don't really have control of the subject matter. Someone makes a really cool toothy butthole and I get to paint it, and that's really awesome. Like, I'm not discouraging that. I went way too pink back here, by the way, guys. I don't know if you've been paying attention to my hands, but yeah. I'll just keep talking like nothing happened. But with that catharsis, and with the canvas painting, you control the subject matter 100%. And even if you paint swirls with a poured acrylic, there's a sense of like, if you're happy in painting bright colors, if you're angry and your painting is just black and red and jagged, like, even just shapes and colors will show our emotions. So I think that's a neat part of painting art. So I'm kind of rambling here. Okay, no worries, man. Drop me a message whenever. I float on and off on Facebook or Instagram or whatever. But yeah, give me a shout and enjoy TV time with the kiddo. Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate it very much. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, did I get that backwards? Oh, Tyler's out. Okay. Okay, sorry, my bad. I read that wrong. Okay. Take care, Tyler. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. Huh? Oh, well, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with my comments. I'm splitting my eyeballs 3 ways. Whoever's dropping by and dropping out, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Oh, okay. No, sorry. Yeah, see, I'm reading the comments here, and I'm kind of just glancing and seeing like, hi, goodbye, and no, okay. Head count. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to painting, guys. Uh, okay. Alrighty. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like I read the word slushy and thought I had it right, and then second guess myself, I think. No worries. Happy accidents. Happen all the time in every part of life. Yeah, speaking of happy accidents, that pink. That one I don't mind. This one is so loud. I'm trying to calm it down. I think I'm going to have to go in with a little bit of purple. But I don't know how I'm going to fix that. Some very wet purple. Oh. Can mix it. This is alien purple. Where are you? Let's go oozing purple. Oozing purple sounds better. Ha! The chaos. Yeah, chaos. Agent of chaos. You know, more like champion of chaos. That's all good. So, Tyler, do you have anything, like any new projects on the go? I know you're probably decompressing after that last contest, but anything else that you like? Do you take a couple days after you do a contest like that just to kind of, I know the contest things can get to be an emotional journey. Like usually by the end of voting day, I just go home. Not even by voting day, by the end of my submission day, when I bring my model to the store and go, here you go. It's like I've been up for a long time and I just go crash. Like that last push before submission for me is just like the Hail Mary. Okay, I kind of like this oozing purple. I don't know if it's saving the day, but it certainly looks better. Yeah, sometimes there's I don't know what other. I don't really have any other than the Glottkin. I guess there's two little guys here that are just. I kind of have them just primed for like, oh, I want to see how this goes. It's like a Necromunda dude and a scout. I kind of just have them there as more for like a tester piece than an actual like, ooh, I'm gonna give these guys great paint job. It's more like if I want to see what Plasmatic Bolt is gonna do over Kaladin Sky, I'll just hit that guy with it, wash him up, and then dump him. But I don't really have anything on the go per se right now, other than this guy. I got lots of stuff in the Closet of Shame, but nothing on the burner. Something else. That's smart. That's actually smart to do. I've kind of got locked into this thing where it's like I gotta film and paint and film and paint and do it all for one piece at a time and pick my pieces, because not everything can be one little space wolf. That's just like the heart is there, but I feel like some people want to see newer models. Like I'm sure any mini painters or even gamers that might be watching right now. I don't like this pink, but I think I'm going to as I add more. Or we're going to dig our own grave here. Okay, so yeah, I was going on about Leviathan. That's a hot topic right now. But I don't really play, so that's a large box of singular Marines and troopers. Ooh, that's the pink. That's the pink I friggin' wanted right there. Ah. Where were you moments ago, pink? So yeah, I don't really have sort of any armies to go with. And I think I do very much as I'm painting more and more. I do like painting these types of models. Like something 54 to 72 millimeter. Maybe not scaled that way, but like physical height wise. Call it bases like 50 or bigger. Hero types and large creatures. I think I like painting monsters and organic life more than I like painting vehicles. Although vehicles can be a lot of fun. Vehicles have like a different feel to them. Very cold. You want to sort of tell the story through the armor rather than like through the expression. You can't really put expression on a tank. You can make it look mean, but you can't like, you know, it's hard work to make a tank look tragic. Like to look at a tank and go, oh man, my heart goes out to you, fella. Most of them just look very stompy box. Yeah, but oh, come on, come on. Sorry, I'm kind of locked in focus here. But yeah, the nice thing about doing the army painting, like painting the full army, that if you can get through, chew up all the troops, it kind of lets you take, you don't have to, like you can have a standard where, you know, that army is going to look overwhelming and awesome from, like your opponent's point of view across the table. He's going to see that wide angle shot of all your painted army and go, holy crap. Like that's that awesomeness. Like it pays off to do all those troops. As much of a tedium as it might be, it does look spectacular when you have it all together. And when you're doing armies like that, it's very likely you have those big models integrated into them. So I can see that system you have of having like, you know, a troop, a squad, whatever, and then like a big dude on the side, and then you can kind of go back maybe like the contest piece when they roll through, have that one instead of the big one. But then having squads to just chew through lets you skill build constantly instead of trying to like hang on to something like this and go, oh, I don't know if I'm good enough. You can just power through and you don't think about it. It's actually a genius idea, man. Why don't you have a channel? Okay, I'm bringing back yellow dots because, I don't know, I think maybe that's just like my time killer. And I'm like, I gotta think of something. I'll just kind of casually go, oh, yellow dots, well, I think. This is one of those models that kind of lends itself to that idea pretty well. He does have tons of these friggin' bombs too. Like, I could probably go about this for. I'll probably spend like 2 more live streams just hitting yellow and pink dots. But that would be not fun. Not fun for you guys. Sure, you want to see better color and more patterns going down. So, what else are we gonna do here? I know he's got a few bits of metal here. Here, let's hit some metal. Let's hit something shiny. I like shiny things. Let's get something shiny out here. Not too shiny. What's this? That's my face. Let's find the airbrush sculpture. It's a little thinner. I like how it goes down. Oh man, no need to get nervous, man. Man, like I, proven to the world, 4 out of 44 in a Reaper contest. Like you're doing something right, bro. You have nothing to be nervous about, man. Like honestly, as I paint and see people's work, cough cough, like yours. Like anytime we see any minis, we'll look and we're like, damn, that's so good. It brings such, joy and imagination. Like, like honestly, I feel like I'm the last person who deserves to be on YouTube doing this. I just feel like, why not give it a shot, right? It's it's all about sharing your passions in art on this thing. So, literally, why not share passion in art? And there is a bit of a, call it a, I keep saying it, but like, there's a genuine demand for good content that's like person created, has that human touch that's relatable. That there's a lot of, like, if you're on YouTube watching, how many goddamn videos are jumping all over that submarine? You know what I mean? And it's like, how long are we going to jump on that to try to get views and hours watched and all that? I'm sure if I wanted to be real spammy, I could try to mold a clay submarine and, put a firecracker in it and put it in a bathtub or something. Make a stupid animation about an imploding sub. But, like, that's not my style. And I don't feel a need to jump on things like that just to be making ground. We're gonna do it the proper way. Sorry, that's my own personal kind of gripe, because I've seen a lot of AI channels with like millions of hits, like, oh, it's a submarine that blew up. It's like, oh my goodness. People actually learn this way. Sorry, I kind of bogarted the view there. I just put some metal buttons on his leather strap there, put a little shine on. Looks alright. Share their art. I know, everyone should share their art. It's, as nervous as we get about making it. And that was the other thing I was actually I may have, digressed myself or derailed my own point. But one of the things that is really good about painting with others is that it kind of helps you talk through the process. It helps you brainstorm your process. And it helps you manage your frustrations, because there's that sort of encouragement from your group that's happening while you're going. So when you're alone and you're painting something and you smudge and you're like, oh crap, I screwed this up. Like if Bob Ross was sitting right next to you going, man, that's a happy accident, you'd be like, you know what, not so bad, man. Yeah, it's just a happy accident. Just smudge this side and then it'll be fine. And he'll, you won't have thought of it because you're just locked in the problem. But that's kind of the nice thing of having people to paint with, especially doing it live. Like if I hit a snag here and I'm really like, I don't know what to do, I turn to you guys. Straight up. You've helped me out with the butt rag, helped me out with those back spikes. Like I said, you guys are in on this one. Ooh, army count. 45, 22 to build. Man, Bob Ross is fun to watch. I think I've told the story before about painting a canvas while watching him. Like, I'm gonna do exactly what he does, and I'm gonna keep up with him, and in 26 minutes I'll have a nice painting. No. No, in like 10 minutes you'll have color like I think that's the yellow green he's using. You'll look up and he's half done. You haven't started, and he'll tell you it's like, oh, don't mix the mud, and you'll be like looking at just one purplish brown color, like yeah, yeah. Trying to keep up with Bob is it's taxing. It's emotional. Shouldn't be, but it is. I feel like maybe sometime in the series, people got that, like wrote him letters like "slow down," because they can't record it on public broadcasts in the '80s. I'm sure you could record it, but it would be difficult and expensive. So you'd either have to buy his tapes, or if you're watching on TV, you got to keep up, or hope they play the same episode next week and pick up where you left off. Maybe they air an episode all week, so you can go back the next day and keep working. But oh my goodness, that guy paints so fast. And it's not even just like how like he makes a painting, it's his decision making. That is the thing to be marveled at. He doesn't go yellow or green. He just grabs paint and yeets it on the canvas. It's inhuman. He also does studies though, so that's the thing. He paints two paintings and then the third one you're getting on camera. So he's ready and you're not. They try to help you be ready, but you never are. Not like he is. He knows the play. But yeah, in his later episodes, he started saying, emphasizing that you can take all the time you need if you're painting at home. Probably because people got frustrated trying to keep up. And I don't mean any of this is like a diss to Bob or anything. Bob's freaking incredible. And if he was next to you, teaching you, he would probably sit for as many hours as it would take to get a good painting. But as long as you're putting paint on canvas, it's good painting. Which border? I was never good at skateboarding, but I was big into it. Like, I actually snowboard, or used to snowboard a lot. And that's kind of calmed down as I've gotten older. But like Thrasher Mag and everything, those were my jams back in the day. I feel like it'd be like Chad Muska or something. I don't know why. I feel like Tony Hawk would be the answer. Too blatant answer. For some reason, I feel like Chad Muska would do it. Like evolve from spray paint to oil paint. Okay, I'm getting back to the pink here. I kind of detoured with a few yellow dots that I saw and just did not want to abandon. And now I'm going back to this kind of pinky purple. And we're just going to play in this kind of zone here and pick up some of these tentacles. There's an eyeball on that tentacle there. That's pretty cool. A little splatter. Okay, so as I do more of these pink things, they're gonna look more natural. I hated the singular one, but now as I tie more bright pink tendrils in, I think that's gonna save this color. And it's basically, I'm kind of cheating like I did with the little stubby teeth. I'm just gonna keep going until it looks convincing. Keep going until it's intentional. Like, yeah, I meant that. Look at it all. It's the great secret. This guy needs to be a bit brighter. I really want to sell that. I'll probably come in and pop some yellow on this pink. Pink and yellow is always a nice combo. Very bright, very, for some reason very sickly despite its bright color. I think that's like the putridness of yellow and the inflammatory properties of pink. I think when you see them together, you think like infected cut, rot, bloated corpse. I'm just gonna smudge that in with my finger there. See, I punch that in. It's kind of like, well, I'm just gonna, stab my finger with a freaking horn, and just kind of punch that in there. I would not recommend doing that technique with anything smaller or weaker than a Glottkin. He's a mighty chonker, so he can take a good poke. It's like, as I say that, I'm like, oh, snap off this little piece up here. Ting! I've already broken a few pieces. What's a few more? Alright. Yeah, we're just going to play around with these tentacles. I'm actually really liking how this pink is coming about. It's kind of making this nice sort of blend here. And wet it down, just like literally whip my brush, like, in and out of the water. Just to kind of wet it up. Take a little extra off. And I'm just going to find these little guys here. Just brighten it up. Just take that out. That. When it dries, it'll look just a bit darker than that. This almost looks like a thumb here more than a tendril. I'm still going to give that a little bit of a pink. So that kind of gives a little more of a view of a talon. This whole sort of ankle here was all a little too bony, so we're going to pink that up a bit. Take this on the bottom here. We're going to go for these guys. And just kind of swirl in that ink. Oh man. So I'm just getting caught through the chat now. Oh man. Sorry to hear about your knee, bro. Like, trust me, I can actually empathize. I'm not gonna like rip my pants off and show my leg right now. You know, maybe a few more live streams before that. But I actually have a pretty gnarly set of scars and zippers on my knee. Not so much from like surgeries or anything, but like literal falls, impacts, and stitches. So, but I can totally like, I know what it's like to have a rough feeling knee. I was never a really good skateboarder, so I can ride anything with a board as long as that board is strapped to my feet. But once, like, ollie was about as far as I got, and then like trying to catch the board under my feet during like flip tricks and stuff, I couldn't grasp it, like I couldn't grasp the kick flip catch motions all in one clean pop. Like my skateboard became like a short way means of navigation through town. Something you can just hook in your bag and go. But I was never very good in the park. The snowboard though, you strap that board to my feet, I'll go mental. So I do like that pink. Like I said, all I gotta do is fight myself. I gotta beat myself down enough with it so I go, you know what, good idea. Yeah, Kirsten's seen my knee. something new for music. I'll have to check that out. I'm just gonna tone that down for now. It could be feedback, it could be something, I'm not too sure. If this is bothersome and it feels too quiet, I can turn that music back up a bit. I'm just being reported of a technical error possibly. So I'm just gonna like on the volume for now. And I will troubleshoot that shortly for you. I am really sorry about that. Probably should update my playlist too. It's all royalty free stuff. I kind of just have a playlist I plug in. So, but yeah, it is distracting. Or we'll figure that out. I like Aqua. Looks good. I'm just gonna go over these with the bone, pop that out. Got some more silver in these claws here. Ooh. 10 years now. Really? You snowboard too? Awesome, dude. Yeah, I think it's been maybe 2 or 3 years since I've been on a hill. Jesus, maybe more than that. I don't know if I went through the COVID season. I think the last time I went was before COVID, come to think of it. Shit. Trying to think like, no, I go snowboarding all the time in the winter. And now that I'm thinking about it, the last few winters, not so much. Any other cool or wild sports that you do? Yeah, it does make sense being from Utah. Yeah. Should have guessed. Yeah, that you guys actually have some really good riding there. Really good like riding, really good biking. You guys just have a playground there, man. It's pretty sweet. Okay, so sorry, I'm kind of straying from the camera here. I'm just hitting these nails at the end of his hand with a little hockey and golf. Okay. I feel that. You know, Canadians love our hockey up here. I'm not as much of a golf fan, but I can appreciate its allure and its challenge. Like, they can't even throw a ball accurately. Never mind, crank a tiny little golf ball through the wind, hundreds of meters into a hole that you kind of know is off that way, but it's like sometimes you can't even see the damn thing. You're just like, holes that way? I got 3 shots? Like, are you kidding me? 3? That's it? This is a par 3? Yeah, just go around the tree and then you're there. Yeah, I've tried to golf. I'm not good at it. I enjoy just hitting some dingers at a driving range, but oof. I spent a lot of time. I don't even say time in the trap. I'll just say I straight mulligan the game. Like, yeah, man, I'm just gonna hit the ball and we're gonna have fun with it. I'm just gonna say I lost. Not worry about it. Alright, so I kind of bogarted the view again there. Jeez. But yeah, I did those little nails there. Boop. Kind of trying to spy a little bits of metal. Still have that paint. And we have some of these droopy tentacles down here in the front. So I think we'll keep going with that. Might even put some pink on those red guts. Yes, Canadians too also love our hockey and our golf. We actually have some really nice golf courses around here. It's seasonal though. You only get to play when there's. I guess some people they'll play golf in the snow. They'll have a ball that blips or lights up, is bright orange, or makes a little chirp. Any reason you can get out and play golf, I guess. I feel like golf and snow would be rough. I wonder if they give you a golf cart or if you just have to like snowshoe it. He's got this big lump here, so I'm just gonna do this whole lump off color pink because it also has this eyeball. So we'll incorporate this as like a whole nother little thing, maybe off his belly. Some kind of quado looking dude with this eyeball. We'll do something quado-ish. I feel like the Total Recall reference there should go. I feel like that one should land. I don't think everyone knows Quado, but those who do, do. God, I remember watching that movie for the first time. God, I was a kid. I was young. I was like, probably, within, I don't know, I'll say 10 to 13. And, yeah, that was a fun movie. Love classic Arnold flicks. Predator is probably one of my favorite. Predator probably is my favorite. That's a good outlook, man. It's especially like kind of the way the world sits on itself right now. It feels like it's on its ear, and things move really fast. Costs of living, at least in Canada, like costs of living, and especially the costs of housing, are like they're like it's approaching a crisis. It is a crisis. I'll just say that it is a friggin' crisis. So, to think about, what we do have and count our blessings is that's a rarer outlook today than I think it ever has been before. But I also think it's like almost more needed now than ever. Like we need that rally of positivity as not just, friends and, between nations, and like we as the whole human race are like I don't mean to have a tinfoil hat on or anything, but like we're hitting tipping point. And it feels rarer that everyone plays nice. And I think if we all just connected face to face, even face to faces like this, we'd all have a better understanding, maybe we all just need to paint stuff and share our art. I don't know what it is in the world, but spring. Oh man, that spring snow. You know what is an interesting one? Because like my birthday, I will say, is in the spring, And like growing up, I can remember nice, the weather being nice. In the last like 10 years, there's been instances where it's like it's snowing, or like hailstorms and ice storms, in spring still. I think we had snow and rain at as late as June recently. Like we've had some just oddball weather, and not just like it's super hot this year, but like you know it's just all over the place. And I'm not going to pretend I know the science or what it means. Like, the world's trends suggest it is not good. And I won't debate that. And I'm not going to sort of act like I know, with the answer or direct cause. I think it's just the whole human race collectively has to do a little bit better with each other, with our connection. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of rambling again, guys. Feel free to shut me up. Honestly, mini painting should be the world freaking cure, man. If everyone could just sit and paint and talk and go, yo, that looks dope. Yo, that looks awesome. Yeah, no, you do a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Hey, I'm stumped. Well, let me unstump you. Like, if we all just sat at the big round table and passed the paint, oh man, I think, like, who could be upset with that equation? And that's like I was saying, it's the best thing about painting with people is it almost completely mitigates your anxiety and how much you get stressed. Like, if I screw up an eyeball and I'm sitting on my own, I might be like, no! Because no one's watching and I have high expectations of myself anyway. But say I make that slip up in front of a friend, that friend might be like, nah, don't worry. Easy fix. Like, they might see the answer before I even get my brain out of, stress lock. Or, like, your painting buddy might be able to see you, like, you might hit an ugly phase and not know it, and they might know it for you and go, dude, just keep doing this and you're out of there. It's so much nicer to have friends to paint with. Once again, I'm blessed to have person to paint with me quite often. Even if it's, vicariously painting with people over Zoom and stuff. I'm just getting caught up on these. Baseball practice. A foot in May. Yeah, that would make for on. Where's the base? John, just keep running, man. Baseline, nope. Just keep going. And slide into the base for like do the Home Alone slide for like the entire distance. Yeah, a foot of snow in May would feel peculiar, especially where you're at, man. That would feel very odd. You'd be looking at the sky like, what the hell? Yeah, I'm seeing a few of these little yellow dots. As I'm putting more pink, it's almost like as more pink hits the model, the absence of yellow on these dots becomes more apparent to my eyes. I'm just making a mess here, kinda. But I'm going with it. So this pink, okay. Where else? I'm missing some pink here. Face. Knew there was more. Yeah, it is very strange now. Yeah, and like when I was younger, it never used to get this friggin' hot. Like yesterday was literally like the news was saying, like, the heat plus all your, humidity and everything. It was feeling like in the 40s, and that's friggin' hot. Like, I don't mind I'd rather the heat than the cold, but there's a limit, and maybe that's the limit. Is I've just never had to suffer that kind of heat. Okay, so I was looking at his tendrils there. I think that's gonna be our next grab. So I'm just gonna grab a little more of this purple, a little more of this pink, and swoosh it in there. Keep it nice and wet, nice and watery. I'm just gonna start here and bring it down. I'm actually going to pull this one into his head just a bit up here. Try to tie it up the side of his head. It's kind of just like a flat surface here. And I'm just kind of tapping it up these bumps. I'm going to feed it up here like this. So we're just going to make our own little divide for that tentacle up the top of his head. And we'll blend it there. He's kind of got that brain bit sticking out, and we'll do something with that. You know what? I'm going to get a little more of this purple right now. This is what we'll do with that. I'll lavender that up. Make it look like that whole sort of lumpy growth up on the top of his head connects to one sort of tendril there. A big sore popping out of his head. That's dry cold and dry heat would be pretty rough. This off there. Just another spot. Oh, I totally missed all this. I'm just gonna get under his claw right now real fast. Kind of just smear a bit. Get a little smudge with the finger. And now if we go a little shaded. Sorry, I know you can't see this angle. Maybe. Hold on. Sorry, totally. There we go. Boom. God, I forgot I had that thing. Silly me. We're just going under here and getting these pink highlights. And this little claw, and this little claw. Let's see, what else was fun this weekend? Oh, so, yeah, dry. Yeah, the dry cold sounds good. Dry cold makes your skin split. My hands split in the winter from that. Like literally my fingers, my fingertips at my fingernail, like there on the side, like there, especially, they just split. Dry cold's the worst. But, maybe I'm experiencing what it is to actually have that heat. I derailed myself there. I did have a point I was going to make. Okay. Yeah, I tend to ramble while I paint. I think that's kind of the fun of it, is you just kind of have fun, talk to your model, talk to the paintbrush, talk to your friends. I'm lucky to have friends with me, so that's what I like to blabber on about with. You can talk to all you good people. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. For all our good friends south of the border. How was your July 4th, man? Or I guess technically you call it 4th of July, but yeah. Does it make a difference? Is that just very Canadian of me? Sorry. I'll do better next time, I promise. Excuse my trespass. Okay, so I'm just going to keep going with these little bumps. There we go. So he's got a little more pink on his face. It's coming along quite nice. We're at about 2 hours as well, so I'm putting some good color on him. I'm quite happy with that. You know what? I know I got that moot green out. We're gonna put a little touch of moot green. I'm gonna go hunting eyeballs on his skin, and we'll see if we can just put some moot green on him. Okay, nice. I guess that's the traditional barbecue is fireworks. Yeah, fireworks and barbecue. We do. I guess Canada Day is kind of similar, but I feel like you know, the more established, like 4th of July is. I feel like that's a big deal for you guys. You know, it's always, you know, Uncle Sam and huge fireworks, and always sounds like a huge party. Like, for some reason, Canada Day just itself sounds smaller. I don't know why. We're just like the little brother country. Okay, we're gonna bust out the changeling pink now. We're gonna switch gears here. Not really switch gears. We're still going about the pink, but we're gonna go about it a different way. Hopefully we don't screw things up too much. So we're just going to get this nice soft dry brush pink. And use that. See, it's very soft, almost white. And I'm going to try to gum it up just a little bit. Now this is kind of a stupid move as I'm wetting my dry brush. But I do want it to be kind of damp with moisture, so it doesn't cake up too much. But I do want that paint to slip off nicely. There we go, that's a little smoother. That's a little smoother. Nothing there. But we'll see. So let's find an inconspicuous area first. Let's say this scar and this sort of scab on his knee here. We're just going to really gently raise that up just a bit. You can see how that lifts just a bit. We'll hit the scar now. He just pops out just enough. Not much. And you see this where it's that kind of red sore underneath. I'm just going to keep going with that. Go off the shin. And see, it gives that nice little inflammatory bit, but kind of softens up that skin a bit. Yeah, you gotta have it painted on you. That is part of the gem of it, right? I think the my biggest sort of piece was the MTG Planeswalkers game. I think there's like 60 something models in those across those boxes. So that was a grind to get done. That was like my first painting project ever. I guess we're just gonna do this and hit some of that pink. We're gonna make those feet fleshy. Or at least get that flesh off those hoofs. And bring a bit of that bright paint up. So you can already see his one leg is way brighter than that one. And you can kind of see that one's a little wishy-washy. And this one is like nice skin. Blah. So I'm going to take this brightness just up his leg a bit. Just very gently. So we're going to buff that knee. I'm just going to creep it up slowly. There. So you can see that one leg there compared to this leg. Like, they're not too different, but you can see that high level of brightness over that red. That's kind of what I want. I might even go back over this pink with like some underhive ash or some dry tyrant. Is it tyrant skull? Tyrant skull. I am. Yeah, it's always tricky. We started a D&D campaign time ago with some friends, and we never did finish it. It's kind of sad. I was excited for that when I had like a bunch of minis. It's almost one of the things, like I had my Arena of the Planeswalkers minis painted, and then I got some like goblins and some bugbears, and you know I was gonna DM our quests, and they made like little foam houses, and like we were ready. Like I had a full tabletop ready, and we played like 2 little quests, and then I don't think we played another one after that. It's the hardest. That's the hardest piece of D&D is the actual human campaign to play. That's the real dragon you have to slay is time. Time together. I'm kind of rambling and doing the whole my hands know more than my brain as I go around with this pink. It's kind of just hitting some bright spots. I like what it's doing. I don't have to pay too much attention. I'm just kind of going with it, which is nice. Just kind of load the brush up a bit. Little touches, touches, touches. Some areas are a little darker and they take it nicely. Some areas kind of just gray out, like up there. And if I hit this, I'm just going to go over that. I should be keeping my brush strokes in one direction, but I'm not too worried. Just trying to lift up all the skin. So you can see where it's like, if I hit this side here, you'll see how that gets brighter. Bam. And then these parts are all a little darker. So you just step it up piece by piece. Oh, that's awesome, man. I'm jealous of that. Having a play pod would be great. Help the learning and kind of it's like kind of like painting with friends. If you're close with a lot of friends that play, and the likelihood of you having more playtime and enjoying it is greater. So we're gonna do the same thing we did on the last leg as this leg. I used to have a bit of a group that we play MTG with, and we haven't played in a while. I feel like it suffers some of the same stigmas, so Magic the Gathering will become quite the arms race. So, especially if you and your friends have a few decks you like to play, so you know the cards that he hits you with, and then you can come back and maybe make a deck to beat that deck, and then he's got to find cards to beat your cards, and it just gets out of hand. It becomes either one person always wins, or it gets out of hand. Should say one person always wins, but it's usually like if you've had the investment, you've put the investment into your cards, you've probably had the time to own which ones are the best for their value. I used to do a lot of deck building. I like Commander the most, but I haven't played in a while because, yeah, the arms race was just awful. Man, I gotta commend you that, your friend was like, hey man, grab some models and play this game. Not only are you down to play the game, but you're willing to like acquire an army for it and paint it. Dude, hats off, man. It's fun to paint though, even if I'm not playing with them in armies. I've always told people, if you want to paint, just stop by or hang out on the live stream. I'd love to see the work. Usually, if I'm not live streaming here, I do spend a good chunk of time. I'll float through YouTube and find other painters, artists, channels. I haven't seen or heard from JP Super Monkey, but I'm sure it's still quite early in the morning for him. And I was actually hanging out on his live stream watching Diablo earlier. So when you get this, JP, how's it going? It's good to see you, buddy. If you sign in later, I'll catch you later. And for anyone watching, if you like video games and Diablo, maybe check out JP Super Monkey's channel. Drop on by and shoot him a line and tell him Painhand Dan sent you. Alright. Kind of calm me down with this pink a bit. I still feel there's some like shade and stuff here I can go for. What are we at here? 215? Okay, make decent time on that. I'm just going to brighten that up. Ooh, I don't like that white bit. Try to stuff that. I can feel my dry brush is right now quite dry, so it's really hanging on to the paint. You can see I'm doing that, and not much is coming off. It's coming off real slow, which, I can deal with, but it is slow. So I'm just going to try to speed this up a bit. You know what, I'm actually going to give it a dunk. Hands off. We'll go from okay. A little brighter on that pink, eh? There we go. Yeah, I do recall that. It's like I attack with this creature, your favorite creature. It's like, no, you can't do that. I have to block with it. Yeah, Magic the Gathering it's a very rules lawyery game. Like if you can just find a way to wiggle around the rules, it's great. But if you're opposing someone who's a better lawyer than you, well, that's trouble. They might have, your number. I'm just gonna hit this with a little bit of this. Try to brighten that up a little more. Go across his face a bit. Make a mess. See, I kind of getting rid of that. Oh, I'm worried now, and now I'm just like hitting that pin. It's almost like lifting to a very bright, right? Look at that. It's kind of what we want. More skin light. Put a little softness on it, right? Kind of went a little too flat on his belly there. I'm just going to try to hit this. Put some of that kind of pale skin around that wound. Get down that knee. Ooh, sorry. There we go. Yeah, the art in MTG is what got me into it. So when I was younger, I had an aunt that played. She was like a competitive player in the 90s, like early 90s. We're talking like you'd have your alpha set. Like she was there when it was released. So when we were young, we'd be at our grandparents, or I'd be with my cousins, and we all played cards, Crazy Eights and Goldfish and all that. And my aunt had these, awesome monster cards. And it was like, wow, how do you play Crazy Eights with these? And she set me up with a blue-red deck. And it was a blue-red bounce and burn. And I took it from there. And then when I got older, I was kind of like, oh, MTG's not cool. I like, cars and other cool teenager stuff. And I kind of left some of my, interests as a kid behind in the name of, sports and other pursuits. But yeah, it was the art on those Magic cards that really got me into, like, a lot of this. Because they just look awesome. Okay, so I've kind of dusted them over pink, maybe a bit too much. Just kind of picking up areas where I feel might be too dark. And part of this is because if we hit that oil wash, it's going to make a lot of darkness. I want to avoid drowning him completely. Whoa! Yeah, that looks alright. Looks a little brighter. Yeah, Magic cards is like usually when I talk to other MTG players, they're like, "What got you into MTG?" It's never like, "Oh, I like playing card based gameplay," or I like the realms of fantasy creatures and smiting people with +2/2 math. Like, it's never that. It's always like I picked up a Magic card and went, that picture looks awesome. Like, I can tell you one of the first cards I ever looked at and went, what is this game? Was, I believe it's Life Tap. And it's a green card, maybe a black card, I don't know. But it's like a hand that looks like it's holding a small heart, where it's got like the that, you know, it's got the sphincter butthole teeth in the palm of a hand holding something. And it's like, oh, that's so bizarre and scary. That is not, you know, that is not an 8 of diamonds at all. You know, that is not, you know, what you play crazy eights with. It's so much cooler. Yeah, everyone loves the art. Even people who don't play Magic look at the cards and go, what is this? And you're like, oh, let me show you the rules. And then by the time you get halfway, they're like, oh my god, so complicated. And you're just teaching the main rules, and you're not even teaching like what happens when your opponent breaks the rules and you have to unbreak the rules to break them your own way. It's never breaking the rules if the card says it's okay. Alright, I grabbed this moot green, and I don't know what the hell I grabbed it for. I think I'm going to stab it into the guts there. Let's get a good view for you, and hopefully I'm not a meathead and move it around on you like I usually do. Let's put some sickly moot green in here. Blah, blah. There we go. Oh, there. See, already moving it around on you. So I'm just going to stab it into those deep parts between the skin and those guts. It doesn't have to get all the way in there. It's just gotta get nasty around there. A little bit of water, help it flow. And you slap a little onto the wet palette. And sometimes I grab Citadel paint from the pot. Sometimes I wet palette it. Ooh, that's a deep hole. Ooh, he's got lots of goo in that one. You can probably fill this little pocket here with some Nurgle slime. Tactical Nurgle rod. Make it look like a nice gooey hole. I'm just going to touch green around here. Probably add some pink. Maybe a little blue. And yeah, I'm thinking like a cyan will actually look better. And there we go. So we got that nice green popping around those guts. So that pink. Yeah, I only had 2 friends. Actually, no, I moved when I was a kid, and when I moved, there was another 2 friends. So I'd say I had 4 friends. But I will say, going back in time, and if for some reason the dude ever catches, you know, sees this post-recording, Matt Ryan. Yes, you, dude. We played lots of Magic back in the day, and you used a Frost Shade and put 1/1 counters on it instead of giving it 1/1 until end of turn. He won every game. And it was because we didn't know how to play the rules right. And there was no internet to look it up. We all just interpreted the card and made an agreement, not knowing what we agreed it on. And then after like the 3rd playthrough, it was like Frost Shade. By turn 5, you're getting hit with a flying 5/5. You know, turn 6, it's a 6/6. It was just lights out every game. You'd have to save all your counter and burn spells for that thing, just to like not get crushed by it. But that's not how that card was supposed to play. So if, dude, you're listening, you didn't win. It's still on, man. I still have that deck. Blue and red, bounce and burn, baby. No, it's probably evolved into a commander deck now. I think it's a Mizzix deck. Bounce and burn. So I'm just hitting little bits of purple now. Purple, pink. I'm kind of doing that to tie in those tendrils. Just a little extra color. we kind of did a hard mute on this guy by lifting up with that pink and took some of my purple away. So I do want to add some of that fleshy into it. And do this and a little bit of cyanosis. So with that, I'm actually going to use a little bit of this dry brush Emmerich blue. I'm going to open it up there and let it sit, but I'm not actually going into it yet. Just going to get this stuff off my brush. Hit that cheek with a little more pink. So I'm kind of hitting there. So we're just going to one more of this pinky purple wash. I want it more than pink than purple. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'll try to figure out this whole mod thing for next time. I don't know why it's being so sensitive. I feel like I've cursed in that before. Okay. So what are we looking at now? What do we got? What can we hit? Let's see. Got these back areas here. Try to stretch that out. What? I'm gonna get. We'll try. Oh, actually, yeah. Go to that before we go, but I need a different brush. So I will go. There we go. I'm gonna use this with the Emmerich blue. Scatterbrain sometimes. I'm just going to kind of brush his belly with a bit of this blue very faintly. I don't want to like paint him blue. I just kind of want to give that cyanosis effect. If I end up with a little bit of heavy blue on it, it's okay. Just give it a finger smudge. Don't like that blue on that pink there, so I'm just literally tearing it off with my finger there. We'll keep going with this blue shader. Right here on his belly. There we go. Just this little side fold of his armpit there. And put a little bit of shade on that. Not exactly doing what I want it to be honest. I think I'm fighting this paint and I shouldn't be. It's just like a nice dry brush shadow, so I shouldn't be getting too much trouble with it. I'll just go back to the guts, put the sort of some venous blood into these guts. Here. Just a little touches of red and blue in there, see? Just those little licks of solid blue on top. Put a little there. Buff that up a little more. Just to kind of look like it's deoxygenated. Just a little bit in that green. So do that. There we go. Kind of make that look a little putrid in there. Putrid with blue, which is kind of weird, but not bad. So we'll keep that there, maybe touch a little bright pink on top. A little A little rainbow pocket of guts. Okay, so what are we at? 2:30? Alright. So there's a reason why I'm going with this paint and lifting it up so brightly, leaving that touch of blue in. So I do want to come in with oils. If I do that, it's going to make it pretty dark. Whatever oil you use, it's going to make it quite dark. And I'm going to have to buff it off. So I at least want a nice, solid sort of base to go off of. Because it'll be harder to go back. I'll have to matte varnish it and wait for it to cure and dry. And sometimes oil paints are finicky about drying. Oh yeah, calling out a childhood friend. Honestly, if I wouldn't hate on the dude. Like, I'm just being silly. But I do remember, like, as an adult, looking at that card and going, we played that card wrong our entire lives. Like, right from the jump. And I thought it was more funny than anything. If I ever got a chance to see that guy again, I would even, I'd mention it out of love, but I don't even think he'd care about playing Magic at this point. I haven't seen the dude for decades. But yeah, he's a good buddy. And it's not like his fault. Like, we all agreed, like, this is how the card works. So. But yeah, man. Good times, good times. I'll say, my other buddies, I had a buddy named Sydney. He played, I think at the time he was playing a white deck, like white angel deck. And that dude he was the best Magic player I think I've faced in that era. Yeah, I don't know. It's a fun quest, but I just couldn't keep up. Couldn't keep up. So I'm trying to just put a little bit of pale skin on this border, make it look a little more ripped. Okay. I do have this as some skin, so we can put some highlights here. That's what the shader brush is going to do. Nice little wonders as far as like picking up these bumps and stuff. This brush is quite small, very stiff, and on an angle. So when you dig it, that part's going to leave more force, and the bottom part's going to leave less. So you get a highlight up there, and less towards the bottom. So that's when you're using those angle brushes. They kind of make a natural taper. Or you're following that taper of the brush rather to make a natural gradient. You get a nice sort of gradient like that. Okay, what are we at now? 237. Okay. and take out these oils. I don't know where to start exactly. Thinking we're gonna go with a little bit of this burnt crimson. Okay, so let me switch cameras here. We're gonna take a look at my hands. Smaller. Smaller tray. There we go. So we're gonna use that. We're gonna use some paint thinner. We're not gonna use much. Just a couple drops. We'll put in this one. Just a few drops. Boop, boop, boop. I'm gonna put a little bit into a shot glass so we can clean our brush. I have like a little glass dropper, but if you have like pipettes or anything, that works too. So this stuff is, I'm actually just going to give a little shake. It's weird, painting tubes doesn't really shake well. I actually don't know how well it would sit on this thing. I don't know if that doesn't. Ooh, that felt like it did something. I don't know if it just sucked all the like the liquid oil medium to the end, and it just went. I pulled it down and left like the chunky paint. Oh, we'll see. We'll crack this open. This stuff usually comes out like sludge, I guess. Yeah, a little bit of a brick. Like that. Like a little pea-sized chunk there. Ah, good morning, JP. How are you today? Yeah, I use the oils like wash now. I'll also use, let me grab one of these brushes. It's good to see you, man. Hope you had a good sleep. It's always a pleasure. Hey, man, anytime. Anytime. I was actually saying earlier, here, I'll plug it again, in that, you know, anytime that you're online, I come say hi. So, like, if anyone else is watching this one, JP Super Monkey also posts. And he does, right now we're playing through Diablo 4. It's been quite the adventure. So, if you like hanging out, you like, you know, sharing with good people, check out JP's channel. Yeah, today's live stream was really good. You're so close to that butcher, man, and then the run, though, I was so impressed with how long you made it without getting killed. It was like, this way, that way, this way. It was fun to watch. Okay, so, as you can see, I'm just kind of taking that there's a little chunk here. That's a little chunk of oil paint. A little greasy blob. I'm just going to swish it around this. I'm getting like this nice bright red, which actually looks quite pretty. Now, we are going to take a gamble here. I don't know how mineral solvents are going to behave in speed paint. We'll find out. So basically, I'm just going to work this around, get all these chunks out, kind of smoosh, smooshy swoosh. Yeah, yeah, that's the magic of the butcher. So, okay, now that we got our oil wash, this is, by the way, I didn't even mention the paint color, did I? This is permanent crimson. Oh yeah, not very good resolution there. Permanent crimson. It'll go side view. That's better. And these are water mixable oil paints. So I can use water to get this, but the surface tension isn't as nice. And you'll see what I'm talking about. So let's look at, we'll look at one of these little swords here. I'm just going to poke it. Boop, 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 boop. And that'll just sit in that sword nicely. Boop. I could probably get a smaller brush. Now, one of the things you do need to remember is you need thinner to wash your brushes. Rather than, I guess, water miscibles, you could use water. But I think the paint mixes with water nicely, but it comes off your brush with thinner much better. Like, whether you're mixing with water or not. Or whether you're, mixing with water or not. Just, maybe you're better off washing the brush with thinner regardless. I'm actually going to find a smaller brush to go in with. Something a little pokier. There, this guy. This is a 00. So this is almost like what I'd be panel lining with. And that's a really funky 00. That's 2 pointy. Look at that. It's like a razor. Single hair. I don't even want to kill a point like I didn't even know I had a brush with a point like that on it still. I ended up killing that. Yeah, the oil paints are very hard on your brushes. So you keep that in mind if you do use oil paints. Man, JP almost had him too. I gotta say, like, he was doing really good. And then he kind of got stuck. I don't want to say stuck in the corner, but potions ran low. Okay, so we're just gonna keep flooding up these little skulls here, so you can see here how it just kind of grabs and flows. With the water, it's more likely to leave the cracks. And with this, it's pretty good. Okay. So I'm going to go too over with this. Just going to try to wash in key areas. I don't have to worry about being too careful, because I can remove any excess when I'm done. I'm going to make this a little thinner. Boop. I just dump my excess thinner to my guy. We're going to go Bob Ross this arm. Bravery test time. Wish me luck, guys. Just going to soak it. See what happens. We got that one side done. Just gonna wash this down this side. We're just gonna let it run through all the little cracks. It's gonna look real slick, kind of wet, a little greasy. Kind of want a darker red in this. So I think I'm actually gonna add. Oh, I just poured my little bit of oil out. So we're gonna add some permanent red. See if this darkens. Oh, there's a chunk. Oh no, that's very bright. Am I gonna have to go carmine instead? Oh yeah, permanent red's quite strong. We can put a little bit in here and see what happens. Brighten it up a little. It almost looks like it brings some orange into it. Let's see. Okay. Oh, we're dripping a little bit of this wash here, which, you know, sometimes is expected. I'm just going to take a little bit of this red here. And keep my black or burnt, not burnt. You know what? I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, like, I had it right there, and it was like, yeah, it's either going to be burnt umber or a deep yellow. Ooh, maybe a cad red. I don't like working with cad colors too much. But then again, these are non-toxic, so I shouldn't really be worried about cad red. Let's see what ooh, that's very bright. Not bright, bright, but like. I don't think that's what I want. I think we were right with the umber. Yeah, a little darker than the sienna. Like you're thinking, sir. Let's give it a try. Just a smidge. We'll work that little P in there and see what happens. Beep. Let's wash some of that and see what happens. I'm just kind of flicking this red over now. Making a mess. Ooh, that's a nice color. A little more brown. Let's see what it does. Rusty, actually. What I should do is take that brown into the red now instead. Ooh, I guess. Actually, you know what? I still have time. See the other thing, the oil paint stays live for a while, so you don't have to rush to do your removal. So we are going to pull a bunch of this off, not going to lie. And right now I'm just doing this arm as like, here's one arm. Let's see what we do with it. I'm just going to go back and forth between this, I'm going to call it rusty blood and drippy blood. And it's going to sit nice and thin. Oh, I want that to be a little more bloody. And that is way too much oil paint. Just a little bit. Keep this up a bit. Oh, he's dripping again. I do want the dark look, but not too dark. Let that wash in. So this kind of looks like Suicide Mission as I paint his arm this color. Like some people are like, why be careful this whole time if you're just gonna do this? And I'll show you. For time's sake and for the sake of, you know, piece by piece. We'll just do this one arm for now. This paint will stay alive. You know what? Let's do both arms. Screw it. I'm looking at it and it's like, yeah, why not? Let's do it. It's Friday. We're getting loose. Oh, why'd you get retracted? Oh, did it pull your message or? Okay. I know, it's been a little like, ooh, I gotta assert my dominance as the AI. Oh. Well, here we go. We got both of his arms nice and messy now. We're just kind of going all in. Oh, we're getting his chest too. Oh, God. We are making a mess. Houston, we are making a mess here. Yeah, we're just going. We're going, guys. We're doing it. We're doing it. Let's get a little more thinner here. Thinner. Stephen King fans in the house. Can't talk tonight. I'm mixing up my letters. It's bleh. It's word barf. Oopsie sponge. Oh, this is more. We're beyond oopsie sponge. Well, it'll be an oopsie sponge, but it's not for oopsies. This is an intentional massacre sponge now. See, I kind of just went, yeah. So we're gonna do it. I'm just gonna give him a whole bath, and I know it sounds crazy. We're just gonna give him the gears, right? You're gonna see some parts shine up, some parts not. You can see some nice poppy color. Now the nice thing is that our wash isn't going to affect our acrylic. So when we come back after this with mineral solvents, our thinner will be okay. So we're just gonna cover them. And it's a little scary at first, like, what am I doing? I'm, you know, blasting my model here. I'm just going to go a little loose with the thinner here. Now, you probably don't want to freehand pour your thinner too much. Now, I'm just going to keep going. Literally, I'm just soaking the whole thing. Let's change views here. I'm just letting it work into all the cracks, crevices, like literally everywhere. If I had a pool, I'd be dunking it. Oh, there we go. And I don't know if I'm going to get that. The only thing I'm going to try to avoid, which isn't totally necessary, but, you know, just for the sake of, I'm going to try to keep it off his butt rag. But I think I already got some on his butt rag. Where's this one? There, clean. So here's kind of the magic of this now. Is that I've got this guy completely covered in this red mess. Like, I kind of went from careful to like, and then gave it a bath. We're even going to go up top here. Just going to soak the whole thing. This is going to give a bit of uniformity to it. And then we can remove plenty after. Now, one of the tricky things is that because it is oil, I'll probably have to clear coat it again. Like, I'll probably have to come back to add some of the acrylic details, like painting the eye and such. I'll probably have to come back to them. And I'll probably have to clear coat it just to seal this layer in before I keep going with the next layers. But for the most, I really just wanted to bust out the oil paints and show you guys some of these oil tricks. I know as a mini painter, like as painting on canvas with an oil is intimidating. Painting a mini with oil feels kind of nuts sometimes. But then when you get your results after, like, oh, sometimes a good oil wash looks so good. So here's the fun part. We're going to go back to this view here. You can see he's wet, he's greasy, he's slick. We can take our time. What are we here at? Yeah, so now one of the tricks is it's a hurry up and wait thing. So if you're Bob Rossing along with me, you'll need a cotton ball or some makeup sponges. Maybe a couple Q-tips. I like to take these big chunky makeup sponges and cut them into like threes. Just because I like that little pokey angle. So when you oil wash, we're worried about, making a mess and wrecking the paint and all that. But like, because the mineral solvent or your thinner, odorless thinner, you want odorless thinner, by the way. You don't want the smelly stuff. But when you work with this, you have a very large window to work with. So instead of that oopsie brush being like 20 seconds of you got to get a wet brush on that oopsie or you're in trouble, and you got to do that in like 20 seconds or less, like this oil will come off a day later with thinner and a sponge. We're not going to wait that long, but I'm going to give it a few minutes to actually set itself in. Hit some of the pools. Some of these pools I actually see I don't want. I'm just going to pop and get rid of them already. Because some pools you want, some pools you don't want. See, this will pick up some fluff. And I'm just picking up extra stuff that's soaking, right? I'm not even like actively removing it with thinner. I'm just kind of sponging pools like I would speed paint. And that's just to get rid of some of these drips, kind of clean some of these pools like those teeth. Shinier the better. Oh geez, you just ate that Q-tip. Blah blah blah. Okay. So now we're just gonna take a couple minute, quick little break. You gotta grab some snacks. You gotta use the bathroom. Maybe refill your water because it's getting low. We'll take a very quick break, maybe like 30 seconds to a minute. I'm just gonna go do a little thing, fill my water, and I will be right back, and we will remove this oil when we come back. So stay tuned. I'll see you soon. And we're back. Good to see you. Thanks for bearing with me. You got your snacks in your water, your clean brushes and your fresh paint water. Well, I guess you want thinner right now. So we'll get back to it. We could wait longer, or we're just going to start pulling this off right now. So I'm going to clean this a little. So this is a jar of used thinner. Your thinner will last. So this looks pretty nasty. Where's my pipette? It's here somewhere. So there's a bit of red in here. If I decanter some off the top, it's still pretty clear and clean. So you can recycle your thinner if you just put it in a jar. You don't have to go out and buy bottle after bottle after bottle. Just make sure you separate your dirty thinner and your clean thinner. This is good for taking the brushes that you've used and just give them a little wash, a little swish. Ooh, lunchtime. What's for lunch, JP? Okay, so that's a little... Let's see if it's clean. It's hard to tell that this brush is clean because it's kind of stained with that red, and the bristles were the orange tackle to begin with. So, but if you look, if I run that brush now, it's clean. And that's what we want with thinner. So we could actually use a clean, or tools for cleaning, a clean brush. I'm just going to clean some of our brushes right now. I don't think we'll need that big one, but Q-tip. Put this over here, and we're going to get some clean thinner. Actually going to use a cotton ball to clean out the shot glass. Second dinner. Midnight snack. I'm a nighttime snacker. Okay, we're actually going to pour all this old red thinner into our jar. I'm just going to clean this up a bit so you don't have to... Ooh, there's a big brown blob of that umber on there still. Careful when you're disposing solvents. I've heard horror stories of people's garbage cans lighting on fire. You know, yeah, the oil. Well, yes and no. There is some more, like, you need thinner. That's pretty much the key difference. Is anytime you would use water for your acrylic paint, you should use thinner for your oil paint. Unless you're using these water mixables. But even then, I prefer thinner anyway. And one of the reasons is that if I go with water if I use these oil paints with water, like they say water mixable, then I have really watery oil paint. The water, I think, will take longer to evaporate than the thinner, so it'll stay wet longer. And on top of that, because it'll stay wet longer, that layer of water and watery oil paint will sit on the acrylic, and that water will actually affect the acrylic more than the mineral spirits. So if I mix it with water, I actually risk damaging speed paint and lifting and softening and peeling. And with the mineral, like, it sounds counterintuitive that the solvent would be more gentle on acrylic paint, but from my experience, it seems to be the case. Okay, so we have a little bit of thinner here. We want a little more. I'm just making a mess. A family restaurant till 2 a.m.? That sounds nice. It's only like fast food that stays open that late here. Just my lid just so this doesn't go evaporating on me. Okay, so let's start peeling this oil. And take the sponge. We're going to start with the sponge. I'm just going to get a little bit on the end there, like that. And where did we start? We started here. Just going to get this nice and... It is a little greasy, like you can see it's shiny on my fingers. We're just going to do this. I'm going to pull it off. See? It's going to leave a little bit of a stain on there. But if we keep scrubbing, we're going to pull more red. And leave just a little bit of that stain in there. So we're just going to keep going with our sponge. And basically we're just going to try to clean off all those surfaces. It's like we're dry brushing with a sponge right now. Sorry, my hand's in the way there, but now you can see that top part. It's looking pretty clean. Those sores, though, are looking a little red. And that white part that I had, that glue stain we had, it's gone. So, going good so far. I'm going to get on this arm. Same thing with sponge. We're just going to use the same dirty sponge. Because all we're doing is pulling the red, right? I'm just going to keep wiping. Very gentle. Just let the sponge do its thing. It's going to pull what it wants. And leave what it doesn't need. And clean those horns off a little. See on his back, you can kind of scrub. Sorry, my hands keep getting in the way. See, I'm going to keep doing that and just keep peeling. Oh, thank you. Started the process very intently. Honestly, my recommendation would be just go. Just try it. You kind of can't go wrong. They're like, I'd say once you get used to them, you'll almost probably take them over washes, because they, just the way they behave is very nice. Like you can actually put oil wash and get really strong pop in the pockets. See, like if I pull that off his arm there, you can see that the outermost is nice. And if you look at the sponge, it's really wet. If I take the sponge and start rubbing it, yeah, we'll take one of these testers. Take this and go boop, 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 boop. So you'll get a little red, but like compared to the sponge full of thinner and oil paint, like you'd think it would be gushing the amount I pulled off, and he's just barely turning red there after I'm mashing him with it. Oh. Literally, if I want to get that red off, I just go after it with clean thinner. So we're actually going to grab a Q-tip now. We're going to use all the different removal tools and gauge how they work. Oop. Let's go after his teeth. His belly teeth and his guts down here. So we're just going to go, oh, I just kind of let it rain thinner there. That's way too much. Ooh, that was a mistake. Too much on the Q-tip, but it looked like it actually did okay. Ooh, maybe a little too much. Well, at least his teeth are shiny. So, I don't know if you saw what just happened there, but when I poked the Q-tip, it was holding a lot of, here, we'll poke his knee, see if it happens again. Well, I kind of drove it there, but so the Q-tip seems to store a lot of thinner and likes to gush thinner back out over your model. Now I'm going back to the sponge to pull all that absorbed thinner out. So all the thinner I wanted to use to buff everything just kind of poured out all over his leg there. That wasn't good. That could have been better. But we're not going to get hung up on that. If you look at his tummy now, those teeth are nice and shiny with no red. His guts have a nice little tinge to them, but we can still see the green and the blue. That red is deepened. Now we can look at the bottom of his leg here. See that? Right down there? So I'm guessing that's where all that extra pooling went. That's where gravity beat the crap out of us. So we're just going to pull that off. Look at that, bang. Nice and easy, right? Look at that, nice and clean. He's got it on his toes. We'll get rid of that. Just roll that around. Yeah. Now, if the longer you leave it, the deeper your stains will get. Like you can see, I could clean this surface completely right off, which I don't really want to do too much. Let's drag some of that back. I guess that's the other nice thing too, is that like this brush is wet with thinner. I can soak up these pools like speed paint. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Just like I think Ninjong called it the suck cut technique. He did a slap chop and a suck cut. And so with that is, it's kind of like the slap chop, or not slap chop, kind of like the speed paint. Which I guess is slap choppy. But you're going to make intentional pools so it sits and stains the pool, and then you're going to use your oopsie brush basically to suck all the paint out of that pool and go back. Now, I'm still using the same dirty sponge I started with, and I'm not too worried about smearing the red around too much because he is quite red, and I do want that warmth in him. So I'm sponging by his feet there. You can see it's kind of pulled under his foot. No one's really going to see that, but I think I'll see it and go, So we'll just fix that. And I'm just kind of, beating him up with this sponge. Taking most of the red off call it the biggest points of his bulges, and leaving it to pool on the inside. Trying to get it leaving the screen there. And these little ripples, so that's a really good example of where I'm trying to let it stay, and then just take the sponge and go, and it'll stay tucked in the ripples, and I'll get it off the chunky surfaces. Now, the other thing that's cool to note is we put this pink on. Here, this is a piece here. We put this pink on. We put that on just before we did all this, right? So I'm going to get a little more thinner on this, so you can see yeah, just a touch. I'm going to soak it into the sponge. Make sure it's nice and absorbed, but not it's not going to pool out like that Q-tip. Now that we have the surface, we're going to attack. I'm going to just beat the crap out of this little tentacle, because that should be relatively fresh acrylic paint. Look at that. You get all that red off, but the acrylic is fine. So that's, you know, one of the best things. Like those skulls there, boom. Let's do a little buff. Look at that. Nice and bright again. So we'll take some wash off this. Just drag down his side there. On his face, we'll do a little bit of buff on his face. On his arm. And you just kind of, wherever you feel it might be too tinted, you just kind of go give it a little rub. If you find that you're not getting enough color, like no matter what you're punching, you're kind of staying in around, what you can do is just try getting a clean sponge. So we're going to get a clean sponge. It's going to soak up a bit of this thinner that's still kind of red. But now you can see it's not leaving any of that residue red that we were doing before. This is pulling very clean. And that's literally just because it's a fresh sponge. Like I said, there's at some point it should be pulling more paint than it's depositing. We can still see on the inside of his leg there. That's a good example. So you can see how clean his leg is on the outside. And then when you turn, I can get the angle. You can almost see like night and day there. But the inside of his leg is very red still. Now if I take this and go, let's work that knee a bit. Now, see that red's going away a bit? It's going to wash him down his leg. And we're kind of back to square one with that dark shadowy leg. It's like we didn't do anything. So, and you can just keep going, and literally I can leave this and then come back tomorrow and go, I missed a spot. Wet up a sponge, and I might have to rub a little harder than I am right now. But that way, even if I come back tomorrow, I still have time to work on them. Now one of the downsides is because he's got thinner on him right now, and he's got a good layer of it, you can see parts of him he's pretty dry. But if I went to go right onto this with the acrylic, I would have adhesion problems. So I'm going to have to wait for this thing to dry and cure before I can go back with acrylics. Or I can try to use like a matte clear coat and seal it. And I would probably do that. I'd still wait like a day to let it like really dry, so I'm not getting the tack of the clear coat mixed with my thinner. You know, maybe that'll be part 2, how clear coat and thinner work together in one shot, like not giving them time to cure, but like, let's screw this up. That might be a fun one. Like intentionally just push screw ups to the limit and see what happens. Maybe not screw ups, but experiments. Experiments is a better word. It's not screwing up if you learn. I don't like how shadowy this leg is. Taking that wash off showed, and that pink dry brush showed me just how much of that leg I actually have undone. Oh yeah, the bright colors can be a lot of fun. Like, I really like oil greens, and there's a sky blue that, if you know your Citadel paints, it's very much like a nihilic oxide, which I actually, if you're not familiar with that color, I use it in my Gundam video as a highlight. It's kind of like a teal, and it sits on metallics really nicely. But you can get a very similar effect with an oil paint, and just like a straight, sky blue oil paint, a little thinner. Kind of gives a very oxidized look. I'm just going to set him down for a sec. We'll take a little look at him. Alright. His tummy's looking pretty good. He's looking a little brighter. We got his teeth. It is kind of cleaned that up a bit. And he's got these like weird bubble warts in his toes. I don't know what to do with those. I'm thinking he's got the same thing in his horns too. So it seems in all these areas of like hardened material, hoofs, horns, stuff like that, it almost looks like marrow or like fatty deposits, like adipose tissue. I don't want to be like more yellow dots. I'm thinking like a gooey, bloody orange, maybe like pumpkin guts, something that looks bright but gross. Maybe gross isn't the right word. Toxic. Bright little bubbles. Almost a wash, but more to adjust. Yeah, that's what I've used oils for the most, is as a wash. Like thinning them down to a wash and then kind of just splattering them everywhere and removing them after. I guess it's almost like the model that speed paint is based off, because speed paint is very much slather it on and then take the pools off. Like slather it on, let it stain, and then let it cool off. It works more like stain than paint. And it's mostly, oil paint is just, using raw oil paint is so greasy, it takes so long to dry. Like that was one of the other things I was kind of not sure about painting a canvas with oil, is because I don't know how long they take to dry. Like I really don't know at all what I'm doing with painting oil on a canvas versus using it on a mini, which sounds weird. It's like, give me a model and I can, acrylic, oil, I can tell you all about it. Put a canvas in front of me and I'm... Although I'm trying, though. Actually, I don't know if I showed JP, but I'm constantly taking this thing off the wall and plugging my work here. Hold on. We're hitting the face cam. So, this was one of the works I did this week. This is one of my first attempts of a canvas. So it's done with acrylic paint, and I'm happy with it, but I feel like it needs something to divide the depth. I'm thinking I gotta add something right here to divide the dock, like the jetty and the tree line. I gotta put something there to like put a mid-ground in the picture. Or maybe something right here, like a big monster coming out, like a big Cthulhu, we were saying, coming out of the ocean and looming over the island. Oh, angles. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. That's been my first canvas piece. Well, I guess first canvas piece in like probably 10 years. I just don't really do canvases. It's all minis. So I'm calling that one a work in progress still, because I don't know what to do with it. Like, I don't want to call it done, because I feel like I'm not totally seeing all the potential that it could be. Like, there's something missing, but I don't know how to go about it. So that was this week's project, and I'll show you the update on my other canvas, actually. This is another one. I would like to paint. I might do this one on a live. I know I said that last week, and the week just kind of flew by. It needs a kaiju. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like some kind of big monster, a Cthulhu, or something like that. So this is, yeah, the other one. I actually sketched it in pen. It was a sketch in pencil on a canvas. And I just drafted it all in pen. And my next step will be to paint it probably with acrylic. So this was based off Chet Zar's The Thing. And, I just kind of sat and, tried my hand at a face getting split in half. But it was actually a lot of fun to create, and I'm excited to paint this one. I might do this painting live, but I'm worried about painting canvas live, We already get nervous about screwing up on our minis. Painting a canvas and messing up. I don't know what I'd do. But those will be my my next two works, is figuring out what to do with the landscape and then maybe putting some color on the face. It was inspired by that one, so I can't take credit for the idea. I was a better artist than I. And speaking of better artists, I know I mentioned him earlier, but I'll mention him again. David Meng is a phenomenal artist. In the podcasts I've watched, he was one of the artists that was featured recently. And I would highly recommend, if you haven't already, check out his Instagram, David Meng Artworks. He sculpts incredible monsters. He paints and designs incredibly wild character, like creature character designs. It's really cool stuff. He does one monster, a sculpt called Gluttony that I freaking love. I really like all his stuff. Gluttony just seems like a special kind of cool. I think it's maybe relatable to the Glottkin. So, speaking of, we'll go back to this guy. Let's see, can we find any other paint? It's looking like it's dried up pretty well. It's looking a little rosy. Just painting everything. That's kind of where I'm at in painting. I know a lot of the stuff I've done is mini painting, model building. I think it's just because I don't paint on canvas, but it's one of those things where I'm always advocating, try new things, experiment new things. If you haven't tried painting with oils on your mini, try it. But like anytime you want to explore something new and like unlock new skills, that's really fun. It's fun to explore new stuff. Like it doesn't get old and it doesn't get stagnant, and then your painting skills will translate back and forth. So yeah, I think I would like to get into canvases a little more. Although I do find it much harder to imagine the subject matter for good paintings. Like I kind of sit and just boil in my own brain and don't make as much activity and actual paint happen as I want. Well, that's the whole beauty of it. Like, as much as I would love to say, "Oh, watch me paint," there's such a world of accomplished artists out there, and there are artists who create art that I view as better than any art I could ever create myself. And I'm sure most artists also have those feelings of like, "Oh man, people make such good stuff." And they think of such genius ideas. I wish I could think of the genius ideas they're thinking of. And, we all we get locked in ourselves. But, like, it's all about sharing. If we keep our art to ourselves, if all my art just sits on a shelf and I don't share it with anyone, I can look at it every day and go, yeah, but that's it's not just for me. I made it. I'm looking at it. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. But like, I want to share it. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that too. Like, I'm the tabletop. Like we were talking about the Magic earlier, and the real pay dirt for me is just the painting, the learning, that kind of creating and sharing your art. To me, that's number one. So I think I'll probably, every live stream, I'm probably gonna come back to you guys with a new artist to share or plug, whether it be another YouTube channel or an Instagram artist, you know, maybe musicians. Actually, this is something I haven't really touched on ever. What type of music does everyone like out there? What do you when you're having your relaxing time, when you're painting without me, or when you have your headphones in? What do you like to listen to? What's your jam out there, guys? Let me know. Yeah, I have heard that too. So I'm just catching up now. That some channels kind of they'll say I've actually heard Maniac in some recent videos say he's been kind of looking for a dynamic and change, and that some new channels are actually in a really good position to just explore what they love because they don't have those obligations. And I think of that as a blessing. So it's what's the word I'm looking for? Validating. Yeah, like I find like the Warhammer channel specifically, if a lot of channels that paint for miniatures, paint Warhammer, and it seems that Warhammer is a preferred miniature sort of viewing platform. I don't know if I missed those dots on his arm. They're not as yellow as I want them to be, but I don't think I peeled them off. We'll go back in with a little yellow and see what happens. I might be rambunctious, but we'll just mess up gloriously. Sorry, what's going on? What is that going on with it? Oh, thank you guys. Thank you, JP. That's okay. Metal music, bad 80s classic rock. Okay, I feel that. So it might not come by through my demeanor. Warhammer's a staple. 3D printing, people are doing more now. Yeah. You get some D&D, but I find, actually I'm going to plug another channel. Bryce Crispies 94. Dude, I don't know if you're out there listening, but like, I watch your stuff. I'm out there. I'm seeing it all. This dude, actually Tyler, you might dig his channel. This dude is he's straight D&D icon of the realms. He does product unboxing, story lore review, and paint. And the guy's got like, God, I want to say almost 300 videos. He deserves more followers. I'll just say that. Like, for the amount of work the dude puts out, he deserves a bigger following. So Bryce, if you're there, I'm rooting for you, dude. I will plug what I can. And he seems like a really chill dude. It's like another dude that you'd put on a video and hang out and just paint with him. And he's like a real painter. Like it's not like he'll get like a very, polished, like, oh, this is my perfect paint job. Like, he'll kind of show you and talk about he talks about the journey of the painting more than he talks about his final product. Like, he'll talk about what he liked, what he didn't like, maybe what he felt he could have done better with. Maybe a piece broke off while he was painting it. He'll point that out. Like, he doesn't hide anything, which I really like. It's very, very real. So yeah, I'll plug that guy's channel to Bryce Crispies 94. But yeah, dude does Dungeons and Dragons, and I feel like just typically when I see channels that are doing one specific game, it seems more common that the Warhammer channels kind of do better than the D&D channels if you're only doing one game. But like I said, I just like to paint stuff, so kind of bonus. Doesn't really matter what it is. I don't think you'll ever see a video of me painting a house or a fence or a wall. Nothing boring. Bryce Crispies, it's BRYCE Crispies with a K 94. There's a picture of a D&D dice. I don't know, you can drop by, drop a comment for him, tell him I sent you. It really it makes no difference if you told him I sent you. I'll say, as a comment creator, I actually do find it, like, I'm very appreciative if someone tells me, like, hey, I found you through this. For me, that kind of tells me what's working and what's not. And it's not like I'm trying to spam myself everywhere, but in that sense, it at least tells me what avenues and pipelines are effective. Because, like, you never know. You make your good friends in the most unlikely places sometimes, guys. And I'm talking to all you good friends out there. Like, if you asked me 2 years ago what I'd be doing, hanging out doing this with friends from all over the world, I'd be like, man, that's not my thing. I don't do that. I'm terrified of social media. So I'm looking at this guy's eye. I'm staring at it. I'm at a loss for where I take that eyeball next. Oh, no worries, JP. I know it's probably actually early in the day for you, so you probably have, to go about your day today. But thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it very much. I look forward to your next Diablo stream. And, yeah, take care, my friend. I guess, sayonara? I know I probably am not pronouncing that too well, but... Thank you for stopping by. Okay, so I'm just going to hit some of these dots. And I might be being overzealous and trying to put this acrylic right back on. I don't know. We'll see. If we have those adhesion issues I was talking about earlier. And I'll say it's already sitting on there very wet. So I don't exactly trust it. Like, if you look, those little dots on the inside are much brighter. So instead of trying to dull them down, I'm actually just going to bump those ones up on the inside and make that a little more even. That looks much better. So I am just putting touches of yellow on things that I think I muted too much, or things that I think I missed entirely. Oop. There we go. It does seem that these surfaces are a bit slippy now. Like this paint likes to slip on them and it doesn't like to grab onto. It doesn't seem to want to grab onto the surfaces the same as when it's grabbing onto other acrylics or primers. You know, those other familiar paints. Seems just a little more slidey. Like your paint kind of dances off around the surface just a touch. So I'm just trying to leave little dots. Always yellow dots, eh? It's like the curse. Should have just called this channel Yellow Dots. Lots and lots of dots. Okay, I'm probably not going to push my luck too much farther. I'm seeing, I'm seeing where I'm happy, and I'm seeing where my next steps are, which is kind of nice. I'm just going to put these little yellow dots. Very gentle. Yeah, we want them on those little tentacles there, you can kind of see. Down there, and up here, up here. Let's see where we at. Close to 4 hours, alright. Not bad. We'll probably, I'm probably just going to keep touching it up around like this. And we'll call it at the 4-hour mark. So yeah, you can see now where it's really washed down. So in that little there, you can see where that oil set into that pink. How we highlighted that knee pink. And we washed the oil into those scabs. And then brushed it off the pink. So now we have that nice sort of sour inlay. And that deep red sits a little stronger. Like if I used the Army Painter Red Wash, I wouldn't have that bold red in that pocket. It would be very transparent. So that's kind of the bonus about having oils. And I can go back with more oil if I choose. You know, I'll probably clear coat it if I go back in with acrylics. But I'm sure if I just gave it enough time to dry anyway, the acrylics would probably go on it a little better. You kind of see there's a little bit of a shine to it, like it's a little greasy. Just because we've covered the whole thing in mineral solvents. Or mineral spirits, I should say. Which is your solvent maybe for your paint. Something like that. Let's peel that off a bit. There we go. Just a little bit of highlight in that little ripple up here. That kind of that tan sort of wash through. Let me give it a little bit over here too. Probably pull it in there. So you can see this water. Like I'm just gonna take some water. Boop. See how it goes. We'll do the Jeff Goldblum and see how it goes down. So it's gonna go this way. And immediately hits his leg. You can kind of see there how his leg is kind of greasy, shiny. It just runs right down the mouth of that. So just dry that up a bit. Even then, it's going to be a little greasy, right? It's just that a little bit of excess mineral spirits drying off. Okay. So I'm just going to take a quick peek. Okay, so now we have 352. Okay. Take a little look at what we've done. So it's like one of those things like the week. It's like, what did I do? Yellow dots? So we put some pink on all his tendrils. These little tentacles here, hanging off the side there. Ooh, I missed that eyeball. You know what? Let's put some green on those eyes. That'll be real fast. And if it screws up, it doesn't matter. Ooh. Felt a little jiggle there. God, imagine that. Just fall smash. Okay, so he's got this little green eye here. Make a little green eyeball. And come back and skinify it. Put some life back into it. With a little bit of dry brush over that skin. But there, we got it. Nice little green eyeball. Whoop! Oh geez. Hang on to him. He's got a mind of his own. Okay, and this one is kind of right there. This one's got nice, easy, quick. Nice, easy, quick. Just boop, 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 boop. Little dots, little dots. Oh yeah, look at that. That's perfect. Bingo. We'll go back to that eye later. I'm sure there's probably a few more of those tucked in his body. We'll see as we go. And time 6 minutes. Let's do something crazy. Let's do something crazy for 6 minutes. A little bit of blue on the hand. Just gonna test this out, see how it goes. Nice little blobber. Alright, nice little blobber. Oops. Oops. There we go. I'm just getting a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. Come back in with the blue again. Okay, see, it's making my life difficult though. That you can see how it's sliding. It's kind of leaving its socket. Oh, there we go. That's it. So now we got some little glowing skulls. Let's throw that on a few more, huh? Let's find these skulls. There's a couple back here. Let's point that out. Nice and sharp. Okay, so just get. I'm sorry, I know you can't see this one. Hold on. Let's go the overhead. So you can see them. Oh, that's not very good angle either. I apologize. But I guess it's better than staring at my knuckle on the other hand. So I'm just gonna go around. A little more water. There we go. Now we're just going to touch these eyeballs. Oh geez, I just heard something outside. Yeah. Just let me know. It's always an adventure around here. Look at that, guys. So we got these blue eyes glowing. Just trying to pick off some skulls. Where are we at? Okay. Clock's crunching. Let's say we're gonna go nuts for the last 6 minutes. Huh? Okay, there's something going on apparently around here. I want to say earlier this week, maybe was it last weekend, a person across the street smashed their window to pieces, like intentionally. Yeah, it was quite alarming. Second floor window getting smashed out. And I don't mean like oops, I mean like this person was angry and wanting to destroy property. And it was a little bit alarming because, you know, it's a second story window. You never want to see any harm come from anyone. If they're smashing a window, you wonder what they might be thinking. Whatever they were thinking, they were in a hurting spot and they needed help. But it is kind of alarming. You know, there's a good amount of nuisance in the neighborhood. No neighborhoods without its nuisance. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the side view here. Get a little look at these skulls on its leg. You can see those nice little blue eyes. We might go with go in with some soul stone later. You did a bit of a feel like that's fair. What's going on? Is everything okay? Okay. There's nice. Okay, his guts are a little slippery still, so getting that blue on there is a little tricky. We're getting it. Now I do really like those paintings. Ooh, yeah, that blue is nice. A little greasy, but there we go. See those guts? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You don't think about, like, guts are blue, but, like, let me just say, blue guts look good. What are we at? Oh, 402, I missed it by 2 minutes, but I'm sure I haven't been painting for 2 minutes. I think I got those done 2 minutes ago. He's got tons more skulls, but I think we'll call it here today, guys. It's looking pretty good. Do a quick little recap on what we're doing as I clean off this brush. Okay. Can't tell if that has been contaminated with a bit of thinner. It smells like odorless thinner. Believe it or not, some odorless thinners have scent. So you can kind of tell. Especially when it's used. Like the smell of this jar compared to the smell of, if I open up this, it's not very, this is actually a really good and affordable thinner if you're looking for thinner, by the way. Odorless paint thinner, good stuff. The Mona Lisa brand, I don't know. But now if you store your dirty paint in a jar, or not your dirty paint, your dirty thinner, and you let it settle, like all this red and blue, all the pigment's going to sit in the bottom, and I'm going to have clear thinner sitting on top that I can extract and reuse. It's probably best for cleaning your brushes and stuff. You don't want to, like, use that to mix your paint and thin your paint, because that's more for just cleaning crap than painting with it. But, you know, you always need to clean your crap, so why toss out good thinner? So if you're not familiar with oil, that's something you just keep your thinner. Keep it in a sealed jar. Now, once that whole bottle becomes dirty, I will probably want clean thinner. I could probably pipette, clean thinner from the top, but it still might be a little contaminated. And if I'm really wanting to use nice clean thinner in a painting, or clean thinner to clean other stuff, like buffing off the model, it's good to have clean thinner, but you don't need to throw out your dirty thinner. Okay, so yeah, we'll do a little recap. Pardon my ramble. So we worked on Gurhek today. Gurhek, however he pronounces his name. Yeah, apparently he pronounces his own name like a Pokemon. He's just like, he doesn't say anything other than his name, apparently. Well, that's how he got, well, not how he got his name, but that's just like, his mind is melted to the point where he's just a big brawny mass that mumbles his name, apparently. Like a Pokemon. It's like Snorlax from hell. So we did the toothy butthole. I kind of just made up my teeth as I went. I invented some gummy teeth there. We cleaned up those teeth. You can see the bottom there, yeah. We brightened up all around. Cleaned up there. We kind of got that nice sort of dirty mouth and those nice little bone bits. So it kind of looks, gross, sore, but the teeth are nice and bitey, bright. You might dirty them up, put a little, not the palate bone, but maybe just a really dilute wash on them. You got the, so yeah, we actually put in a lot of work on the sci-fi toothy butthole. We did the tendrils a bright pink and kind of blended that with his body. We lifted his body with a nice changeling pink dry brush. We cleaned up this skull, these two skulls here. We put a little bit of bone there, a little bit of bone there. Kind of went over it, evened it out with that sand golem again. More tendrils. Kind of see that highlight pink we went with. We colored the guts. We washed the whole guy in oil and then gave him a good buffing. A few more yellow dots. Yeah, more tendrils, more tendrils. The green eyeball. And the blue eyes and the skulls. I actually saw two skulls that I missed. I'm going back in. Let's see. Oh! Tyler, thanks for hanging out, man. It's always a pleasure, and I really appreciate you hanging out with me. You know, it's always more fun to paint with friends, and it's even more fun when you're painting with great friends like you. You know, I really appreciate you spending your time with me, man. You know, have a good night, and I'll catch you later, dude. Take care, my friend. I'll catch you on the next one. And I also might do some more painting throughout the week. I'll post on my community. But I'll see you later. Alright, so yeah, sorry. Just wrapping up the wrap-up. Kind of left off. We did guts, we did pink, we did some dots. We did the oil wash, we buffed the oil wash. We did the mouth, we did the skull dots, the eyes. We did some bone back here, some tentacles. And there was a touch of blue I missed. Last touch of paint for the day. Because if I don't do this one, I'm going to forget them and they're just going to go by the wayside. So a little touch of blue for these last eyeballs. And then we'll probably revisit these blue eyeballs next week. Yeah, we'll have another episode as we inch closer to the end of this Glottkin series. And I was thinking what I might do is as we near the end of this series, because I know we gotta stop painting this guy sometime. We gotta start a new project at some point. Gotta learn to call it done at some point. So maybe I'll put in the community posts the next live stream build sometime soon. We won't start it sometime, like we won't do it next Friday, but we'll get something in the works nice and fancy so we can keep doing these even after the Glottkin is finished. Because I am really enjoying this. So thank you so much, everyone. No final goodbyes for the night. And I will catch you all on the next stream. There we go. Eyeballs. Good. So, thank you very much, and have a good night. Take care, everyone. I appreciate you very much. And good night.